Super life. Life, life, life. Will arrive tomorrow. Everything else. Now then the end. Your hand. And count to 10. Incoming, guys. Incoming. PC parts. They're coming. They're almost there. There's only 3. Fuck, it's flat. Foo. Foo, I know. I know it's flat. Foo. In the song. Apparently, let's go kill someone. Yay! I keep my minions alive after all. Neither dead nor alive, I just exist. This is the smartest shit that you can do. Fuck, why am I so weak? Oh, low, it's Perfect Exile, that's normal. People, super, super sunny today. We'll probably have to close the windows. Fantasies of my own, the child and my face down the world. Come on, it was supposed to be here. And the world is gone. Big fitness event is incoming also this weekend. Spirit sound frames my soul. On the bosses, I'm amazing. Without the bosses, I suck. When there are too many mobs. I don't know how it's working. Even though like Spark's supposed to be like good for a lot of monsters because just is like covering the whole screen. Way too OP. I don't feel myself OP. I feel that I want to find the stupid bug and kill the stupid bug. That's what I feel. Slayer, hi. How do you feel about today, guys? Are you waiting for the big and sexy news today? No longer prime evil. No, I am today young Padawan. I'm today in learning, in studying. Or in disguise, maybe. But you will see the science. You will see the science. This is so weird. Ah. Apparently, this weekend I will command adult men to do squats until they die. Can't say that I don't enjoy it, but it's a little bit weird, I must say. Josh, hi. I'm going to kill a buck. Oh, I found the song. I found the song. No, the funny part is like, I'm not doing it. I'm just saying, do this. That is super funny for me. I know. I know. Guys, found a new song. Trying to find it on Spoopify. Not sure that I'll find it. Nope. Clearly not. That's also clearly not. Shit! This song does not exist, apparently. Okay. It does not exist on Spoopify. Wait, hi. How's friends doing today? Swordman, hi. Oh my gosh, it's starting to slow down. So maybe it won't be just us and Andromeda alone in the future. Yeah, I know. I know that's what I was thinking about. Maybe, or maybe it will all go back. What if it will go back? Can it? No, theoretically it can. So I'm excited but a little bit scared about the Perfect Exile 2 reveal. But I'm ready to write all the news down in my Diablo 4 notebook. Am I allowed to do such things? I don't know, but I will. Really cool notebook. Why are you scared? Because like why? Are you not scared? What if they will not? What if they will drop something bad? What they will not tell us something cool? If the news will be not as exciting as we're all like hoping them to be? Dorn High on YouTube as well. I'm super happy that like kind of the science is flying. 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 Yeah, wait. Good. Let's go kill the bug. It's funny that kind of I'm supposed to cast all the skills on me, pretty much. No, almost all. Funny banani. Still really not sure that I was supposed to kill it. Feels like scam. Hi, Onyx. Hi. Sophie, ich laufen Tränen von Gesicht. Traurig sein. Komm mit. Kann dir passieren. Komm, wir schließen. Komm mit. Commit. Okay, let's work on our intelligence. Apparently, we need some intelligence. What do you hope to see today, guys? Coffee is always helping. Hand in hand, komm zurück, komm wir schließen. Commit. It's summer today. It's fucking East, dog. And tomorrow also will be. Fuck. He died. I don't like this map. Fucking fuck. The why. Glad this today. It's good. Yeah. Doc, enjoy it because I definitely know that in a couple of months you will be super pissed because it will be like super hot. Now when it's sun, it's like you're super happy. We're also gonna have it like today, tomorrow. It's amazing. I wanna grow my tomatoes. My tomatoes, I wanna grow. Okay, tomorrow. Tomorrow I go. I again like lost which day this is completely, but okay. 4 more hours. 4 hours, 10 minutes. You think it will be something good? You think it will be something good? I think that will be. Ay, ay, ay! Almost. Complete Atlas overhaul. Watch me explode! Fuck! Again. Again, guys. I forgot to dodge. I think I'm OP and I forgot to dodge. Melee sorceries, boys and girls! Melee sorceries! Woo! Thank you for following! Really melee. Ay, ay, ay! Like I played. Now I don't give a damn, but I played hardcore. I started this character at on hardcore. But then something happened. Oopsie. You saw nothing. I haven't died. You blinked. You just blinked. Here we go! Jonas Kai. Guys, if I position myself correctly, but only if I position myself. Petros, thank you so much. It's like positioning, and then I can deal a lot of damage. But like not always happening. But sometimes. Are you ready? Are you ready? What do you want, guys? What do you want from this reveal? Jamazon! World peace and world domination. The bread is gonna be, yeah, no, I know. That's big and massive. They are cooking something big and massive, but maybe that's just not something that I like. I hate it. Why do they hit so hard? I hope you're ready, guys. And they're gonna be the drops. Doom Hammer High High. Stink Face! Guys, Stink Visage, but come on, his name is Stink Face! Stink Face, dude, is kicking my ass! No, stuff doesn't die. Venom, I don't know what I do, but for me, stuff doesn't die. What, you fucking Stink Face didn't drop even anything. Stink Face. They tried, guys. They tried. They called it Steve Visage. Stink Visage. I'll make one spark before today's so strong. Petro, give me all your gear. Give me all your gear. Like all that you have on you. Take it off. Give it to me. What are you doing here? You still have your pants on? Damn it. That sounds so bad. That sounds so bad. Oh my gosh, that sounded so bad. Oh, I quit. I quit. Oh, I quit. It was worse than an AI. I quit. Oh, I quit. Fuck. Fuck. I'm level 50. Fuck. That's it. No. I do not talk with chat anymore. Ooh. What's the point? What's the point? Oh, second. Ай-яй-яй-яй. Ай-яй-яй-яй-яй. Так, what do I do? What do I do? No, how to invite? Fuck! That is super bad. Never repeat it. How to invite? How to invite you? Oh, invite me. Dead Sorc chicken. Good luck. On the Anna Cake live. Darvo, hi. Amazing. Fucking hell. Oh, yes. I guess. I did. Oh, okay. I didn't do the important moment. No, for example, what do you have? He does. How to revive? I never did this. No, I press. Ah, I need to hold. Okay. Okay. I don't have the space, my dear. I don't have the space. I have only a little bit. Kinda. And I kind of can't wear it. I want the wand. Everything else, I kind of can't wear it. Anyway. Take it out. Take it out. Take out the chest ammo. Oh, this shit I want. From all of this, I can wear like the belt. And no, please, offhand, focus. Please focus and the belt. 58. Okay. No, glorreich, absolutely. Thank you. That is big. Yeah, I will be live, guys. I will be live, and I started today later. I will be live. We will be watching the stream. We will be getting the drops. I have a feeling. Yeah, here we go. We will work on it. We will work on it. It's all fine. Thank you so much. You're incredible help. Thank you. Kufa, hi. You saw nothing, Cajun. You saw nothing. You've been there. You said some shit. I wait for. Yeah. Yeah, we all wait for. Super exciting, Petros. Super exciting. What, guys, is your most like, okay, they don't have to announce anything else. If they will announce this, you will be super happy. Feels like you did. Thank you so much. Because truth to be told, I'm more fan of the witch. I'm not as fond of the sorceress. My witch, hardcore witch, live till Act 3 on thought. Act 3 cruel. You're talking, Babalazo, come on. You're talking absolutely Chinese. Fix all the bugs. Not existing in any game. Just do not exist. But just delves, yeah. No, I'm not a fan of the sorceress. I prefer the witch, I think, so far. I do not experience anything that is any bugs that are game breaking and experience breaking for me, so. You like your dead friends? I like my dead friends. It is better now. Slate is Petros. It's better now, and it will be even better because I'm not wearing yet everything. I am working on it. So useless. But damn it! I do feel myself way better, way more comfortable. The shit is not killing me that easy anymore. What is a teleport skill? What is a teleport skill for the sorceress? What is my teleport skill for the sorceress? Why we're not teleporting? Petros, thank you so much once again. Have a cool day. Have a cool patch. Release. Damn it. Reveal. We hope and we believe. How long ago? There's the sun shining. You heard nothing. Nothing you heard. Don't know what you're talking about. I don't. Ascendancies is one final choice in this game that you cannot change. And I don't want them to be completely that's it. You're absolutely doomed if you accidentally pick a wrong ascendancy. I don't think that's like I think it's not too bad if you can still do some shit in this game, even if the ascendancy is wrong. Because like wrong, whatever, because they are not so 100% build defining. They are kinda, they still are, but I'm happy that they don't have like because the fourth ascendancy trial is absolutely trash. Is absolutely destroying your brain kind of shit. And the fact that you don't 100% need those points is actually great. Talking about, I need to do the second. I need to do the second ascendancy trial. Forgot. Which reminded me that it's super sunny. We're on the first two. Here we go. Which is kind of sweet. And not sweet. I don't know. By the way, the song that will save me from demons of hell. Kind of this one. Den Sensenmann steht zu dir, frag nach der Wahrheit, wie es dir so geht, und du wirklich bist. Das 11. Gebot. Like from here we're escaping from hell. Here we go out from hell. Und die Vater spricht, mein Schlafgedicht. Gott ist tot, ich bin geblieben. Und mein Gebot, das 11. ist, das 11. Gebot. Gebiete zu leben, als heftet morgen der Tod. Morgen schon der Tod. Gebiete zu lieben. It's a gaping hell. The 11th commitment. Yeah, that's how it's called. Elf Digibot is telling you that all the gear that you will get in this game will be from the gold chests will be trash. Und nach die Zeit, den Tod besiegt, das elfte Gebot. Let's die. But I killed him! Still counts! Still counts! I killed him! I hope. No! Yes. No, 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 no. I killed him. That's the most important. He died. He died. We'll see it. We'll saw it. Fuck, I'm still pissed that there is no this song. This is us dancing from hell. Out from hell. Will not happen, but good luck. Been much of a dancer. Yeah, I'm not. I'm not at all. But out of hell. I need a better potion, definitely. Whoo! There is a nice... like dancing course. Where I think I would might be going, but no. It's a serious day. Why so serious? It's a serious fucking day, guys. This is the day when the reveal will happen. Of course. Sorry. Go back. He was stink face. Okay, biggest boss. Dang, guys, time is off by the hour. No, 3 hours. No, the time is correct. 3 hours, 38 minutes. Till the big reveal. Correct me. It's in 3 hours, 37 minutes. Am I right? Am I wrong, guys? Is our timer correct or not? Guys, I'm OP, but I'm squishy. But I'm OP. Look correct to me. Yeah, it's like 12. It's 12 p.m. PDT, hopefully. Do I have to do the rituals? Anna doesn't want the ESs because Anna has a bunch of them, not really using them. Braveheart, I hope so. I hope so, but I'm not sure. But I want to believe, guys. I want to believe. Stink face just he wanted to die. Hopefully this will be a good update. Pretty much almost all solo. Solo dying mode. Solo dying mode. I don't want to see anyone. I don't want anyone to see my death, pretty much. And that's me relatively having the my resistances relatively they are up. I'm excited. It's not happiness. I don't know. After Diablo Immortal, I don't believe in anything. Isn't it sexy, guys? New PC pads tomorrow. Tomorrow, super sexy. Is your voice in Perfect Exile 2 sorceress? Unfortunately, no. Unfortunately, no. But would be nice, yeah. Yeah. And I did the monk voice. I also hope. But I guess, guys, we don't understand something. Anna said that after Diablo Immortal, she does not believe in the world anymore. Thank you so much for following. What do you want from the update? I want Java's one. It is. It is really good. Really greedy, but really good. Ah, stupid monsters! Oh yeah, I played Minecraft Dungeons, by the way. I hate it. It's not working for me at all, but okay. Low defense, yep. I have apparently some amount of mana regen. Mm-mm. Use also amulet, okay. To fix my strength problem, strength intelligence problem. Guys, do I need to do the rituals? I don't remember what the rituals are giving me. But I think something important, yeah? Ah, no, I don't. But there is a dude who is giving me +2 points. Yeah, I don't want to do the ritual zone. This one I know that I can skip, but I don't want to do the ritual zone. But the dude for 2 skill points, I won. Später.
The time has come for this cookie. Nom, 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 nom. Oh, nom, 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 nom.
Here is the dude. I think it's 2 skill points, maybe. The fuck? It depends. How many push-ups? It depends. Can I allow to yell at people in the same time? Believe in attacks. Yeah. Of course. It's one thing when you train for yourself. The other thing when you have like 30, 40 strangers looking at you and expecting you to be good. What can we put there? Like for real, right after we defeated the boss. Oh, come on. Just now, Brad. Hi, hi. Nice to see you. Waiting for the update, waiting for the news, being scared. Don't be scared. GGG is cooking. You believe? Konstantin Koi Koi. I've got to see, and you're gonna see it here, right here, guys. We're getting it. Fully cooked next year. Nicely grilled. Nicely grilled, I would even say. In a good stage. Are they gonna add my city building? Guys, I will be super surprised. If they're gonna add my city building, I will be so surprised and so happy. They will not do it. I'll never do it. Not gonna change the fact that I will be happy. Ah, why? Like, sometimes I'm so OP, so cool. I don't think. I think they will eventually do it, but not now. Not like the second big update. This is not something that's. On the other hand, guys, this is the last big update that was introduced in Path of Exile. Do you think that they were making it specifically for Path of Exile, or they actually were making it for Path of Exile 2, and then they kind of introduced it also to Path of Exile? I don't know. Because it was big, it was massive, and it was really cool. If they incorporate the city into the hideouts. Easy peasy. So we have a socket. And it has Anna's maps. We wait and we believe. Azura amulet, you say? Carnate on you, the sexy bird! Thank you! Should we use it? What's the name, Josh? Since yesterday, no. Fucking no. I'm trying to escape all the news. I want to see if like I can still see that it's
OpenAI
AI
absolutely
generated.
cooked. Take a look at I know your favorite thumbnail photo of mine. Now, anime style, highly exaggerated. South Park style. Simpsons style. Of course, Studio Ghibli style. Minecraft drawing style. High-res Minecraft style. We even have Lego style. Look at some of these images that ChatGPT can now generate. Here's the lo-fi beats in a 3D voxel type art way. Here's the famous meme of the guy looking at the woman in the red dress in voxel style. And of course, AI Ghibli art is everywhere. MCP is getting ignored by AI Twitter, and now it's all about the Ghibli memes. We have hilarious memes being recreated in every style possible.
We are all
Here's
doomed.
JD Vance. And another one. This might be my favorite one. Voxel style, watercolor style. Here's Sam Altman as that evil guy in Django Unchained. Here's more variations of that meme where the guy's looking at the girl in the red dress. Marionette style. We have rubber hose animation style and maybe kind of like Pixar style. I mean, these look phenomenal. Here's a photo from John Knack and converted into Legos. And yeah, once again, just looks amazing. And ChatGPT native image is not only good at recreating images in different styles, it can create brand new things incredibly well. Look at this. I asked it to
ChatGPT
create a
into
funny
logo characters,
infographic
yeah.
about what the inside of a neural network looks like. So look at this, what the inside of a neural network looks like. Input, coming in, weights, I guess these are activation functions, and then we have the output. I used it to colorize this famous photo. Here that is. Not perfect, but definitely really cool. And by the way, here's a Wikipedia page on vibe coding, except it's not. It's just an image that I asked ChatGPT to make for me. Here's a screenshot from Levels.io Flying Simulator, and he asked it to make it real. There it is. We can do product design with this. I mean, these actually look really cool. And so the possibilities truly are endless. All of a sudden, you don't need to be a Photoshop expert to remove elements from an image, add elements to an image.
New image generation. Yay, Team ChatGPT. Can I use this? What does your critical hits do not deal extra damage? I don't like this. What does this mean? You don't crit. But I like critting. Do spells crit? The spells do crit. Useless. Exciting! Okay, guys, you know what? We're gonna post our bingo card. Bingo, boys and girls. Yeah. Then even with the command. Oh, guys, pray. Let's pray together that it will be good today. It will be big, shiny, absolutely epic, and city building they're gonna add. My favorite map. Cool. I did something super bad. Here we fucking go. Shouldn't they all be dead already? Call me chicken. That shit should be theoretically good, but it's not. Amazon. You mean I mean Huntress? I mean Javazon. This is my dream from Diablo 2 come true. More points. So much more. I did play Mercenary already. The pieces. But then what am I supposed to do? No, I guess they run away. But they're supposed to stay in a circle to be able to deal any damage. Ha! 3 hours. Thanks so much for following. The hype is going up. Good that we have a cooler. It'll help us to chill. To deal damage and to stay in the circle. Yeah. Boo-doo-doo-dum-boo-boo. Can I still use it? Fuck yeah. I need shit on kill, unfortunately. No, let's try. Useless. Now you're going back to trade. And you're not going back to trade. Okay. Guys, gonna be back in a millisecond. Thank you so much for being super sexy. We will return. Tea is incoming. Spilling the tea on the PC is also incoming. In the process. Shark is ready. Guys, what to do so the tomatoes will grow not up, but to the sides? This is the question. I'm trying to decide how many tomato plants do I need in my life. The answer is obviously a lot, but specifically. Baby tomatoes. And doesn't matter, the plant is usually, no, like big. But cherry tomatoes will be growing on them. Hi, hi, sexy people. 3 hours. The best tea ever. The best tea ever. British people don't do a lot of things good, but this they do good. It's coming and he'll come later. No, Bogey, we don't know. Like, I mean, they confirmed the Huntress. They said shit about the droid. And we kind of hope, and it's in our bingo card, but we don't know. Will it come or will it not come? I already had my coffee. No. This is the tea time. I drink my coffee before the training in the morning because without coffee, there will be no fucking training. You are allowed. I'm allowing you to enjoy multiple things, like enjoy multiple games. Don't tell anyone. Guys, what to cook? What to cook? Like Perfect Exile, like GGG team, they're cooking. Beef stroganoff, don't like it. Next one. That's bullshit. They'll never look like this. Never it will look like this. That's a bullshit. Josh, it's your second strike. It's a second strike. The first one was a PC. Was a greenhouse PC. Don't mess with me and my plans. Spaghetti and meatballs. Oh, Sheldon Cooper recipe. Spaghetti with small cut, with sausage. Spaghetti with sausages is actually. Oh, the hanging maybe. The hanging maybe. The question is, I have like the big boxes. Like I guess 1, 2, 3, like 6, maybe 6 plants will be there. Maybe 5 plants will be there, and those five plants will be there. So blah blah, like 15, maybe 20, maybe okay 20. I will allocate later. Maybe 15, 20. Plus some extras. So 20. Here we go. We drink tea. We eat a banana before we fight this boss. Ah! Okay, hanging you can send me. There is a corner. There is a corner. One last corner where I can put more tomatoes. Fuck, that's good. $51. And it's sad and disturbing, but I'm only level 51. I have a good banana. Good one. Banana! Let's go. The Wolfie isn't coming. I saw like a version of it. I actually saw on the wall smaller, like, you know, like a ball. And from this ball, something is growing. Well, it's funny. It was actually funny when you think about it. That's a maybe. Bye bye, my money. Went on the PC, went on, like, gonna go on the tomatoes. But on the other hand, what a person needs in life for happiness? New PC and tomatoes. I will be getting tomorrow the pieces, guys. Picking up tomorrow the pieces. No, it's tomatoes. You got tomatoes. What else do you want? Tomatoes you got. Come on, crackers! Die and give me XP! Slow core here! We enjoy every step and every button. I eat tomatoes every day. I like, guys. I realized how much tomatoes I eat, and it's kind of creepy, truth to be told. Depends on the sort. There are depends on the type of. Depends on the not brand. Depends on the big tomato. There are fucking fuck. Was a good country at some point. Back in my days in Russia, there were a sort of tomatoes. They were pink and they were so fucking tasty. They were big. They were like salad tomatoes. Level god, level god. They were absolutely. In Germany, I've never found them. Trying to think. Yeah, no, I don't think so. Never found them. But he had like really good cherry tomatoes, really good on sale. Erica sometimes has like big cherry tomatoes that are like this. They're not quite yet big, but they're like middle sized. They're like good. Yeah, I will not. Guys, we had here like the discussion, like if you will have to choose one dish, like that you have to eat till the end of your day, what should it be? And we came up to the solution that it should be döner. Döner, it should be. Because it has everything. It has proteins, it has carbs, it has vegetables, so like it has absolutely everything. And it has tomatoes. Talking about, I haven't eaten donuts since I came back. I think that I will right now. I need to go to Nuremberg specifically for it, but for now, I don't have to. Döner. Oh my gosh, thank you for asking. When you're asking, I have an opportunity to show you the most wonderful food in the world. Google, you're embarrassing me. You're embarrassing me. This is Donna. Oh, this is. Oh, this is. This is Donna. This is the main, like, this is literally, yeah, by the way, we have even an emote for this. This is the or like, not definition, but the sign. How Germans, noticing that something is wrong in the world. How they're noticing that something, like, you know, something went wrong. It's when the donor prices are going up. Couple of years ago, it was like it's like amazing. It's became a meme, but it's actually happened. Couple of years ago, the German chancellor, the ruler, the chancellor, he was walking by the street. He was walking, like, I don't know, he was meeting people, and then he was walking by, and the dude from the crowd screamed, "Scholz, do something! Donor is €8." That is bad. That's actually bad. When I came to this country, donor was €4. €4 for fuck's sake. 4! What's going on? €10 here. Lou, like, the dude was screaming it also a couple of years ago. Bad, I know. I can get in my village for 5, 6, I guess. It's not really good. I want to go to Nuremberg and get myself a fancy one for like 8, but it's worth it. For 8, it's like, it's nice. No, it is Turkish origin. So the let me tell you the law. Doner was invented in Berlin by Turkish immigrants after the end of the World War II. The majority of first of all, Germany was destroyed. A bunch of cities were destroyed. Second of all, the men were gone. They were killed in the war, and Germany needed to do something. They needed to rebuild the country, and to do it, they invited bunch of immigrants. They invited Turkish people, and they invited Italian people. And like from these times, we have the word Gastarbeiter. Gastarbeiter. So in German, direct translation in German, it's the guest and the worker. Because yeah, they were inviting people to work in Germany, and if that's why we have shit tons of Italian restaurants, and also the Turkish people, they were coming with their families. They were moving pretty much. No, they were moving to Germany, and they brought their food with them, and they brought their like recipes with them, and they made. And the dude in Berlin invented doner and started selling it. And in a way, how it is made in Germany, it's like made only in Germany. In Turkey, it's like a little bit different. By the way, pizza is not changing, true. Because it is. It's the tastiest shit ever. I'm telling you, if you'll have to choose only one dish till the end of your life, you should choose doner. Fuck! Fuckers. Döner macht schöner. Some things you learn in this country if you want to get a citizenship. Not enough vegetables and scrambled eggs. You will die. You cannot wash it down with green smoothie. That's cheating. Bounty bars are not put on weight. I'm thinking. I'm thinking. Watermelon with bread and salty cheese. I hope this includes not peeing 24/7 also. Fuck, I want watermelon. Guys, ice cream, like, actually, truth to be told, bread is awesome. Bread is fucking awesome. Especially in ridiculous country like Germany. really good bread. Like really good bread. I need to move. The chances that my grandma could send me salty cheese. Yeah, I know. I know. But we're talking ideal scenario, you know? Ideal. Imagine that you could eat whatever. Like for real, whatever you could eat. Whatever. Doesn't matter how healthy, not healthy, or whatever. Like just pure because of the taste. What would it be? Double chocolate muffin is also a nice thing, actually. Whatever makes you happy. How we can say no to you. Deep dish pan, brown on the sides on top. That does sounds not bad. Guys, what if it's like one dish that you could eat forever? Where the fuck is the next one? You know, it turns out that in my childhood I also ate mac and cheese, but Moldovan version of it, we have salty cheese. Salty Moldovan cheese. Fuck, so good. It's called brinza. Bread, brinza, and tomato. Fuck! I want one now. Not that easy to get here, you know. Me gonna go challenge my local Slavic shop, guys. Stern dir, hi, hi. Nope, I'm gonna drop you the song, okay? Sonic is right here. Money skin. The dudes who took drugs on Eurovision. Amazing. I cannot. We definitely can confirm one huntress, and everyone is talking about the druid, but we don't have the confirmation. Maybe it will be revealed today in 2.5 hours, or maybe they will say, "Fuck you." Guys, guys, huntress is already cool. I don't get it, people. Why everyone like so want druid? No, something in between, I would say. Not super crunchy, but like not super soft. Back in the days, guys, when Russia was a funny country, in Russian McDonald's we had country potatoes. Oh fuck, they were good. They were better than French fries in McDonald's. Ah. Josh, there is a secret.
My friend just drank gravy at the dinner table. Is
Mm. Fuck. Unfortunately, I don't know how it's called, but basically, there is a shot from Pirate Software that I saw that's like, "Oh fuck yeah, you're right." That I had this reaction. Basically, what he's saying is that he has like a guilty pleasure. Each time when he's going to the other country, he is going to McDonald's, to the local McDonald's in this country. And guess what? McDonald's everywhere. He's saying this. He's saying this. That's why I wanted to show it to you guys, but I can't find it right now. But he's saying that McDonald's everywhere in the world is better than in America. Absolutely everywhere. And like that's, which is absolutely ridiculous because you people invented it. And like, yep. I had kind of the feeling that McDonald's in Russia was good, was like tastier than anywhere in the world where I was. But then McDonald's left Russia and some motherfuckers bought it. 220. 220 we have. I'm OP. I was always saying that, like, McDonald's in Russia doesn't have any fucking regulations whatsoever, and that's why they add there a bunch of shit, sweeteners and everything to make it tastier. But I'm even not sure. I don't know. It was good. It was good. In Russia, it was good. So, like, it's tasty. I'm not saying about healthy. It's crap, but it was really tasty. Guys, I also have a little secret for you. A little secret for you guys. Your Starbucks sucks! Sucks big way! In comparison, at least, we have like something cool in Europe. Starbucks here also sucks, but here it's like sucks less. Here, Starbucks has double chocolate muffins. And only that's why we're allowing them to exist. What's happening with us? We're watching TikTok.
I do have a secret pleasure. And what that is every time I go to a country, I have their McDonald's. And I will say that as funny as it is, the United States has the worst McDonald's I've ever had in my life. Ever. Out of all the countries I've been to. I don't know why the food quality that we have here is so dog shit. But our McDonald's, which should be the best, is the worst. Like, just straight up. It's so bad. How so? The quality of the lettuce, the quality of the sauce, the quality of the bread, and the quality of the meat is all dramatically lower here. There is less flavor overall. It is greasier in a bad way, not greasier in a good way for that kind of stuff. And the quality of the texture of it is just wrong comparatively. Like, it's cheap as shit here. Saltier? No, I like salt. I'm fine with that.
In Germany, it's not cheap.
But I would say that
it's like relatively not
Canada
cheap.
has real lettuce on their food. It's like not garbage. Are you going to McDonald's here in Brazil? I am delighted.
That was also like one of like surprises here. That's fucking McDonald's here. It's not cheap. The cheapest food like back in the days. No, it's still kind of the cheapest, I guess. But it's not as cheap as it was. It's Döner. In Germany, it was fucking always Döner. This is the cheapest food. And it's like really big and it's really filling you for the day. It's like amazing. It was absolutely godly. When I came, it was 4.50. Now it's 8.10. Okay, 7 if you're fucking lucky. But McDonald's is 10 plus. But that's a search engine. Fuck. I searched in YouTube. I didn't search in Google. I searched in YouTube. Nope, I'm still ChatGPT team. Fucking fuck! what to cook to make the fridge look a little bit less empty. But only a little bit. No, you cook and now you have a cooked food inside of your fridge. I don't think that I ever deep fried. It's not belong to you. Fuck! You saw not. No McDonald's, no McDonald's, no McDonald's. 2 fucking hours, guys. 2 fucking hours. 10,000 deaths. 10,000 deaths in this time, but we will do it. I really hope they're not gonna talk a lot about like uniques and passives. I know that you're adding a bunch of shit. Do you? Yeah, you're not Neo. You are not Neo. Damn it, you're the battery. Machines are ruling the world. Maybe they will end mouse. They will not. They don't want make. They don't want to make me happy. Gotta say hi. My plant PC. They want it's RPG for fuck's sake. You're supposed to suffer in this game. Oh, for Jesus! Stupid blood on. Anna, it all will be fine. We're gonna ban someone in chat and everything will go wonderfully. Full concentration. Falsch Start. Hi, hi, hi. Do you know the song, guys? Do you know the song? Oh yeah, baby. Need to wait till the boss fight. If we'll ever reach it. My miracle, finally. Should I use this in the fitness club once? That's bad. What? You should protect your clothes. Let's go, boys and girls. Mother cracker! Clogs. Clogs. La da da bum, ba da 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 bum. fucking fucker. My neighbors called the police! Despite Dawn efforts. Despite, I would say. Whew. Fuck!
Yo! Dawn of the Dead just dropped 666 bits! Think they're summoning demons with that shit. Better watch out, the stream might get possessed by a ward of undead. I guess. 6666 bits! Yeah! 6666 bits and are the beast! Hope your souls up when they're trying to fleece! Don't sell it cheap though, painful, or you'll end up in the demon's 1G! But if your hero is hell, then go for it. 666 bits might just be worth the risk. Just don't blame me when your chat gets haunted by the ghost of Donald's past all taunted.
And once again, guys, an AI dropping the alerts on you.
So cheers to 666, the mark of the damned. May your dawdle bring you fame, but not to the damned. Gibbet spooky.
I don't have a sister. Easy peasy.
Six bits. Oh my god, what I say? Dawn of the Dead's jeering must be feeling right. But let's not kid ourselves. We all know the score. It's just a number, nothing more. Oh, 666, the beast of being. But here on Twitch, it's all in good fun. We're not summoning demons, just having a blast with an AI leading the cast.
Actually nice.
Some might think it's evil, but that's not the case. It's just bits on a screen, no satanic chase. So cheer away, Dawn of the Dead, don't fret. Just keep the it's coming, that's what matters most, yep. 666 is just a number, not a curse. In this stream, it's all about the Twitchverse.
It's not bad.
So thanks for the bits, but let's be clear, no demonic ritual is happening.
Thank you so much for following. Damn it. Guys, an AI is going full Taylor Swift. Okay, we have 2 hours. 2 hours. Ich reise gern. Fern und nah und fern. I'm still good. Meine Sprache international. Ich mache es gern jedem recht. Meine Sprache ist nicht schlecht. Fucking fuck, there is like find out that there is like quite famous Russian speaking, not Russian, but Russian speaking content creators. They moved in the last 3 years 22 times. 22 times. They have 2 kids and a dog. 22 times. Okay, that's a little bit too much, even for me. Even for me, that's a little bit too much. It's like, wow. And that's a lot, like for real. 2 kids and a dog. Zum Verdruss, dass man Sprachen lernen muss. Fuckers. Ich bin Ausländer. But that's on me. Be more careful. Five more levels till a new wand. I met my neighbors after I was gone. I met my neighbors and they have a kid. They have a 6 years old kid, and the kid is like super super sweet. And the kid is like, "Okay, Anna, when are you gonna invite us? When are you gonna invite us to you?" I'm like, "Okay, okay, apparently so." So now I invited them. Yeah, Anna is always thinking about tomatoes. That I do, guys. That I do. Can I plant a tomato seed in a glass? You know, I want to see how it's growing. Cooked. Thank you, thank you. Awesome, awesome. Oh, I need like plastic cap that is transparent. Ah, I can. Plastic cap, putting the earth in a plastic cap, putting a seed in a plastic cap, but like close to the transparent part, close to the border. And here you go. Hopefully. I hope so. It's the plan. And once again, we find out that this dude is super nasty. I'm not planning to grow it like fully, but like, you know, this the whole process from the seed to the anyway, like I will try to do it. Maybe in a glass, yeah. But until I have like such glass, I don't know. Basically, I'm not sure. That went quick, okay. Fuck yes! Easy peasy, thank you. Easy peasy. We need level 58. Do we, guys? Do we all live in America? 1 hour 45 minutes. Where are you, boys and girls? Are you living in America? Okay, fuck this. Actually, we need to do it. Thank you so much for following UK here. Hello, UK. You're crazy there. You're crazy there. You're crazy there. Sweden here. That is nice. That is nice. You're a little bit less crazy there. I guess. No, it's I hear it for a long period of time. I'm not sure that will actually happen within our lifetime, but who knows? It will cause a lot of problems. I don't know. I would prefer not to. Thank you so much for following. Easy peasy. Step 1. Emerage, hi, hi. I hate this. Reza, do you think that people in Romania will actually agree? Because I think, okay, imagine in the scenario in which, like, okay, fuck, actually, this is happening. No, like how it's supposed to be. Like, there's supposed to be a referendum in Moldova, but I guess there's supposed to be a referendum also in Romania. Do we even agree to take those fuckers? Oh, okay. Anyway, enough politics. Only Moldovan wine, guys. Moldovan wine. Fuck, I want the carry package from Moldova. I'm telling you. I want Moldova. I want like Moldovan cheese, brinza. I want wine. I want cookies. I want pies. Pies. Do you know feta cheese? Similar. Similar to feta. It's a little bit different flavor and it's not so soft, but kind of. My grandpa was making back in the days his own brinza. No, never liked it. Fucking fuck! This looks weird. This looks weird. Not bad. Fuck, I'm carrying it on my back. This is so weird. This is a bug. Bum, bum, bum. It's cool to be fucking over leveled here. It shows a lot zusammen. That is kind of bagged. Hello, hello. Nice to see you. So jung und doch so alt. Ludwigsburg a few weeks ago, and I wasn't. The boss, guys. Only the boss left. I will maybe die. the heck am I supposed to be somewhere? Thank you so much for following. Amazing. Deutschland. Thank you so much for following. Here we go. Yeah, you need to be just a little bit tiny, a little bit overpowered as hell. And then you're all good. Like chill as a blast. Okay, now watering. Now actually watering. I played mercenary. Easy peasy mercenary. Ranger, like, yeah, that shit highly, like, I will play. Unlikely I will play super melee characters like warrior or something like this. This is unlikely. Cool. Cool. I'm still okay. Cool. Bullshit, bullshit, definitely bullshit and bullshit. Here we go. Scary how big of a bullshit. The bow classes in Perfect Exile Ranger? The blondie girl? But that hopefully like a lot will be up super soon. One hour, 30 minutes, guys. Now I'm watering. I'm watering. For the sake of watering, I'm watering. Beautiful. I want a better helm. I really want a better helm. Why do I have so much trash here? Yeah, really looking forward. Kill me. I just want some details on Javazon. If I will get some details on Javazon, I will be happy. How are you going? 28 minutes. 1 hour, 28 minutes. Maybe it's too big. What's the reason to this? Maybe it's too big. Phew, on this map, I don't know. Like I'm colorblind or something. Like I'm just blind. It's like hard for me to see where I was going. But they said it's big. That it's super big. Bigger than everything that we had. Ah, shit, my. Ah, guys, those gaming companies, when they're marinating you, like super, super hard, and you feel yourself being cooked even before anything. Pretty much in hot sauce. I need to know now. It's coming close to my bedtime, guys. After all, James is hi. Old people need to go to sleep early. My grandma brain needs to go to sleep early. Soon. If you're awake. I'm not sure. Yeah, and beauty sleep is important. Fuck people, I don't know. I'm kind of worrying. And one day might maybe we'll get one. We don't need a stream cat. Papi, hi, hi. I really want, guys. I really want. I want this. Like, I forget about this game more than you ever knew. I need this situation in my life. Fuck, guys. I actually. How do you think? How long will those games exist? How long will Path of Exile exist? Let's talk about generally speaking, like, what 3, 4, 5 Path of Exile they're gonna make. But how long will the game like Path of Exile exist? We live like in a really actually new era. It's so insane. The humanity is playing video games only for the last 30 years. Chicken hoyo hoyo, thank you, thank you. Staying power, but what about bringing new players in? Diablo 3 is 11 years now. But I am not saying specifically Path of Exile or Path of Exile 2. I am saying, okay, the company gonna make Path of Exile 3, for example, or Path of Exile 4. And like, I mean, how long will it exist just in general? Like RPG like this will exist. Will it be able to attract new players? I'm thinking about like you're saying, attract new players. It's your job. Fuck with this game. No, it's difficult. It's not really new player friendly. But we're trying our best. Thank you so much. I a little bit understand, but a little bit. I guess Minecraft will live forever. I am a sorcerer. What fucking happened with me? What happened? I'm not a big fan of it. Apparently I did. Kids, kids, kids. Apparently this build's supposed to be super strong. Girls. Wait, maybe they will also announce that you can change the ascendancies now. Unlikely, but maybe. Should give something to the noobs. I want something for the noobs. For noobs. Give me something for the noobs. We are going to die. We are going to die. Am I OP? Am I OP? Oh fuck yes. That was quite quiet. I had salvage bench. Can we also get rid of the salvage bench? It's poop still. Beautiful. Raw news. How is going? Thank you for following. Eat you alive. Star Trek Voyager actually happens. Why not? What do you mean? Why not? The ship can get lost in space and can try to return back home. Knocked into Delta Quadrant. No, we quite need some time before that. But some starship can get lost. It's actually one of the episodes in the Star Trek Voyager. They encountered a ship from the 21st century. The ship that was lost. The ship was not lost. The ship was like orbiting Mars, and the ship encountered something, some space anomaly, and it was lost in the Delta Quadrant, and the pilot died. That was fucked up episode. But this may happen, yeah. Today they will announce, they will reveal and tell us what is happening, and on the 4th there will be the update. The new season. No, the new season will be starting. With a full revive, the whatever. New characters, new economy, new everything.
The time has come for this cookie. Nom, 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 nom. Oh, nom, 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 nom.
How I became OP? What happened that I'm OP accidentally? What's going on? That I'm OP? Ascendancy? Fucking maybe. True. Nin Brain, hi, nice to see you. Let's try. Fuck. Almost. better, but not there yet. Lay no rest for the wicked. Money don't grow on trees. It's the big mouse to feed. Fucking fuck, haven't even noticed. Last try! Easy peasy! The secret is to say last try, guys. Couldn't comprehend. Ain't no rest for the wicked. Money don't grow on trees. It's sparkling, guys. Sparkling. You really could drop something nice. Oh. To the right, guys. We're going to the right. My pizza is here. Good luck! Happy pizza! Oh yeah, OPE. Silent! Kai Kai! Mage update. It's a mage update. It's a like new season. Yeah, it's big. And today they're gonna talk about it. They're gonna like reveal, tell us what the fuck is going on and what's coming. And in the fall, we're gonna be playing it. So actually soon. So be ready, be sexy, be ready, be sexy, be ready, be sexy. Fuck. Your OP-ness, Anna, just died. I have 13k steps today. Oh my gosh, in 5 minutes there will be downtime. 15 minutes. The heck? Amulet and chest ammo. You can get ammo spirit. And a couple of quests in the story. To the right, guys. Always to the right. To the right. To the right we go. Fuck. I have a feeling that Discord fucked me over. The Discord is nasty. Suspicious. What pizza? Pineapple on pizza. It's amazing. I like outtake. Oh, I hate this fucker. I hate this fucker. It's the end of this map. There is a fucker. Put salad on top. I just want to kill some demons and grow my tomatoes. Guys, what if they will announce city building with tomato growing? I won't be able to log out then. Unfortunately, I'll have to stay forever in this game. We'll just look how tomatoes are growing. We have 15 minutes maintenance, guys. Here we are. No, I thought it's crashed. I didn't thought I got banned. I thought it's crashed. It can crash sometimes. Yeah, so it's going. Yeah, no, I remember. We're maintaining scene. We are going on maintenance. Maintenance. Guys. What is this?
Patch 02 will be part disaster and part bigger than any
Oh, that's cool. Wait, that's cool. Oh, fuck, I hope I am in between, but okay.
anyone expects. And there's a very good chance that we don't only get the Huntress, but the Druid is more or less done and ready to release. And not only that, what about Act 4? Because Act 4 bosses already exist. Oh boy, am I excited. Now why will it be part disaster? For this, we have to remember back the release of Path of Exile 2 and the first month and the buffs and patches they did there. Everyone and their mom was enjoying crazy Path of Exile 2 meteor gameplay, nuking things into pieces, cast on crit, cast on freeze, cast on, like all this kind of stuff. Turns out this was never intended to work and they just absolutely nuked tons of builds, which gave
I
them
moved
a
myself
huge
to this
backslash
place.
because people invested all their resources to make stuff work, only to have everything fall apart and not kind of get some kind of refund. After which they changed the way how they're doing things. And they pretty much said big nerfs and buffs will only happen with a league reset unless
Which
something
is
is
happening.
fundamentally broken. Now Patch 02 will be the first reset. You're going to have the chance to play with the new economy if you so wish to. And because a lot of people will be starting anew without any resources, they don't feel bad about nuking builds. And if we're looking at right now what's a little bit too predominant, we get the Herald of Ice, we got the Herald of Thunder, and pretty much every build trying to use these two to have good builds running. Now the problem is they might see this as it's too strong. And again, it's quite fun, because if we don't have the Herald of Ice and the Herald of Thunder, what else do we have? I mean, my Monk is so great, and I kind of want to play the Huntress too with Herald of Ice and Thunder. Maybe instead of nuking these things and making it this kind of disaster, we could buff the Herald of Ash, make him even more powerful than before. Because right now he kind of feels sad in comparison, even though there are amazing Herald of Ash builds. But that's the potential disaster looming on the horizon. There will be nerfs. There will be this build ain't working anymore. And it's not only going to be a few, it's going to be a lot of things. Because they don't want you to absolutely nuke the Arbiter in a few seconds. They don't want these plus
Maybe
4
Druid,
Arbiter
guys.
5
Yeah,
second
maybe Druid.
kills. Supposedly every boss fight is like 2 to 3 minutes of fighting, dodging mechanics, going back and forth. Yeah, that's what they want. But how much are they willing to trash things to get to that point? That's the big question. Before we continue, GGG really wants you to watch their live stream. They even have a Twitch drop now that if you watch their live stream, you get the guillotine finisher. You kill someone and the executioner's guillotine slams down for free, just for watching the live stream. They really want this to be a big success, to get hyped, to get people pumped. What about Druid now, though? We have this announcement that Huntress is coming. One new class. But we're missing 6 classes, and we're 4+ months already into the early access. And it's Dawn of the Hunt, so it's kind of like a forest theme, a nature spirit theme. The Druid
But it's the
might make perfect
Huntress.
sense, especially since he's pretty
I don't
much
think that they're going to
done.
be the Druid.
I
Fuck
found
this.
very
I
old
don't think
footage
so.
of the Druid from 2023. You can see still the 5 potions there. Yes, we don't have those 5 potions. but it's fully functional and doing things. You can turn into the bear form, you have your lightning attacks, you have the volcano stuff going up, the eruptions, so things that are actually in the game right now that some enemies are using. We're even seeing bosses that we have never seen before. That Captain Heartling guy. This is what we know so far about Druid skills in detail. Lightning Storm is a long-lasting spell that shocks enemies. Volcano fires projectiles around itself and lasts a long time. Hold the button down longer to fire more initial projectiles. While your spells are active, transform into a bear. Use Bear Maul to generate rage. Use Rampage to slam the ground repeatedly while consuming your rage. Then use Furious Slam to stun nearby enemies, and Ferocious Roar near stunned enemies to empower your slams with a second aftershock. Alone, this Volcano skill might be usable by other classes with bonus projectiles to maybe have like an
more
actual
volcanoes,
fire
more
build going on.
projectiles
Any
out of
slam near Volcano will trigger more projectiles, including aftershocks. Pretty simple archetype: Herald of Ash, Volcano down, bop bop bop, slam in, but it says any slam near Volcano. Warrior is currently slam based. Totems are doing slam attacks. Can I put a Volcano down and totems, the warrior totems, and then the slams from the warrior totems will trigger the Volcano to get more projectiles and aftershocks. And then use summon wolves to distract
Plus,
enemies.
adding the
They also
ascendancy
pick
for
up
each
enemies
existing
when
class.
they
Come
appear.
on, it's gonna
If
be
you're dying a
epic.
lot, use dodge rolls
I don't
on
think
the
that's gonna
spacebar.
be the
Oh,
druid
no. That is-
right
Thank
now.
you. This paints an interesting picture as well towards an ascendancy. Again, we get like this fire playstyle, bear playstyle, elemental playstyle, and there is a supposedly bonus summon coming that might be able to be used as the witch as well.
Guys, less than
Generally a summoner druid.
less
being
than
an
1
option.
hour.
Hell, I'm all there for it. Give
Chihuahua.
it to me right now. It's not like that no development has happened in these directions, right? The graphics are there, the animations are there, everything is kind of like moving forward. The actual game is working, and that was 2023. I mean, that's 1.5 years to 2 years ago.
Time to bring
almost.
myself to work.
Hello? It's 2025. There has been a lot of development happening in the course of that time. And these guys here, we've never seen them before. We've never seen this area before. But they seem to be following a theme because you have these subdued behemoth and they have those tiny skeletal critters on their back with actual boss fights inside an arena and quests going on, which kind of makes me think about Act 4 right now. Even though this
I don't think that
kinda
they will
does
add, like,
look
one
like Act
act.
3. These tiny dudes remind me of the whole forest theme we got going on. But hey, seems like there's way more content already done than you sometimes have seen. And this is not the only old footage where we have bosses that already exist. Boss mechanics that are there and just waiting to be played. My main point being, though, we have a functional druid. They pretty much just have to press the release key. And I know I'm not the only one that would love to see this with the next patch. Sure, the Hunters is cool, and we're going to get 2 ascendancies or 3 ascendancies. But I'm looking for this strength intelligence based character. I'm looking to play armor and energy shield finally together in a meaningful way. Because right now, sure, you can play a warrior and you can make him an armor energy shield kind of archetype. But that most are just going for armor. I want the, like, give me that druid and let me finally live this fantasy of either the tank or even the elemental caster. Hell, you seem to be able to do some lightning storms. Could we do a Herald of Ice Thunder combination here as well? Pretty please. And the same goes for Act 4. We finally want to see new boss fights, new bosses that are also coming into the endgame, the continuation of the story, what's happening with the beast. I like playing Act 1 to 3. I don't like playing Act 1 to 3 again. I'd rather finally have Act 4, 5. Like, even if it's only 1 act, that would at least be a step in the right direction. Please, Path of Exile, do it. And let's not forget all the things that's coming. We've gotten multiple teasers on the new ascendancies already. Some kind of Blackguard, Lightning Smith, Warrior Ascendancy that's going for, we don't know yet. With tons of new support gems coming. And that's only the teaser. I think we've gotten 7 or 9 so far. But if we get the new Huntress, she gets new abilities that will need their very own supports. It's going to be vastly bigger than tons of us expect, I do think. My favorite thing being to this point that they said most of the things they have shown us is minor stuff. They haven't actually dropped the Mayor bomb yet, which might have been the Huntress, but the Druid? Don't worry, ladies and gentlemen. I'll be there on the 27th. I'll cover the whole thing. We'll have the follow-up videos that break it all down for you, the whole big package. If you're now looking to start your own very solo cell phone journey and learn a little bit more about the game until the patch hits, here's the
Here is the video for you. In the meantime, thank you so much, guys. Fucking awesome. We brief. Wait a moment.
The time has come for this cookie.
47 minutes. Guys, yeah, I will disappear. I'll disappear. We'll be back super soon. I will be back with the Tvorok because, like, perfect. 47 minutes to eat a little bit, to prepare, and then hopefully the game will go back live. I don't know. Maybe they will delete my character fucking completely. Gonna be back shortly. So, I would even say 39 minutes. Yeah? Let's see. Can I start? That is a maybe. Ay, ay, yow. Such a yow, guys. Актуализиert. I'll try. Oh, POE channel is online. I like you. I like you. Let's go check. Let's go really quick check. ¡37 minutos! Second, guys. Second. Almost there. Almost there. Almost lagging. Ha! Okay, finally we're here. Whew! Here we did it. Here we did it. Lagging. Raw news, that's cool. Turbo is also cool, guys.
Chicken attack! Chicken attack!
Battlefrog, you sexy. Thank you so much for Prime. You are getting that amito. Guys, I'm eating Tvorog. Here we are, like the game. We cannot start the game. Because it's like Tvorog. Tvorog, it's called Tvorog. Tvorog.
I'm the vanilla.
Quark. But a Slavic one. Vanilla Bear, hi. Here we are. Waiting, guys. Pretty much every Slavic body contains 50% contains tvorog. 50% of the Slavic body. I will go challenge them. I want them to bring me something from Moldova. Yeah, strawberries. I see some Russian words here. Cool. Holy crap, Dorn. Holy crap.
I'm a vanilla bear. Nobody can overpower my
Dream elements.
popularity.
Dream elements.
Vanilla, vanilla,
You're making us happy.
vanilla bear.
Store-bought strawberries. It's not the season for juicy strawberries. Thank you so much for following. Quite decent. 73%. I cannot start Perfect Exile 2, guys. I cannot start Perfect Exile 2. 73%. But for such moments, the perfect game was created. No, I can do it like this. During the announcement. That would be big. That would be big. That would be quite interesting. Misclicked. I don't have extra diapers to the 24-hour stream. New people. Log in, log in, log in. Someone is typing in chat. What the fuck is log in? New people are arriving. Yeah, it does. It does smell different. No, like it smelled bad, but I cannot even describe it to you. Like, it smells like spoiled tvorog. Fuck. Dorn, but it also can be just your body is not used to what is this lactose intolerance and all of this kind of shit. It also can be. Because actually, yeah, there's like bunch of those researchers that adult body, like for a lot of people, adult body not supposed to eat or drink milk products because our bodies are not that like funny with this. Also, there are researchers that Slavic people who grew up on this and who eat the milk products their whole life, we are more resistant, but not 100%. Some people still have it. It's berserker mode. 27 minutos. Erroneous because apparently you like RPGs. It happened. You like RPGs. Sorry to tell you this. We got you. Don't thank you. Erroneous, you tried to escape, but you couldn't. Okay. We got this. This will help us to survive during the hype of the announcement. 26 minutos. 26 minutos. Ha! Lagging. I still have my time to play a little bit. Maybe. Guys, really quick, let's just kill this boss. Let's just kill this boss and we're done. That's really, really nice. We just quick. We like no one will even notice. We're just gonna kill the boss. And we're all into. It's funny that it literally saved me literally where I was. Super funny. Okay. And the druid. That was stupid. Okay. Info, no, goddammit, thank you, thank you, thank you. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Nice to see you. 22 minutes. Okay. We just need to look. Guys, I may be mistaken, but I think the drops are available on their channel, not for like everyone else, but it's available on their channel. Or I'm wrong. But if the drops will be available here on this channel, also like we will see it in 22 minutes. CTB, like my wildest dream, you know, like if everything would go how I want, they would announce fucking city building, but they will not. City building and tomato growing in the city. But we all have a dream, guys. Yeah, a woman can dream. Yeah, guys. So basically, if I'm not completely wrong, like I think it's the drops available on their channel. It was their channel on the yeah. I have a feeling. Can be, it's okay. Or any channel in the category. Fuck yeah. But I see it by tuning into like look guys. By tuning into the official stream. So I don't know. Watch on any channel. Woohoo! Fuck yeah, Chihuahua! No, boys and girls, here we are. You know fucking what? Drops, baby! Here we go, guys. Here we go. Fixed also the stream title. 19 minutos! City building and tomato growing, guys. City building and tomato growing. I can hope, okay? I can have a dream and I can hope. Fuck, super close. Super close. I can't move there, and apparently I can't cast there because they hitting me. Stupid. Easy peasy. Still 16 minutes left. Now look how good. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. And we even defeated. And we even defeated the dude. No, impossible. Just too OP. Just too OP. Dropson! In 15 minutes, we'll start dropping. In 15 minutos. Kitoko. Right. I don't like bibimbap. And bulgogi, I just don't know what this is. So I'm useless for societies. ¡13 minutos! Ay, ay, ay. Super quick, guys. We have 12 minutes. We have 12 minutes. $11 minutos. Full concentration because the monsters accidentally stop dying super quick, guys, and I don't like it. Ghost. This fucker, for example, he stopped dying. But we did it anyway. Oh, for fuck's sake. I don't even need you. People, 9 minutos. Thinking about all mistakes in life. It's time now. Nah. What happened with me going always to the right? Fuck. ¡7 minutos! 6 minutos! Oh, I need to finish this map, guys! Oh.
Mama sharky pururum purum, mama sharky pururum purum, mama sharky pururum purum, mama shark.
To the right, always into the right. 6 minutos, 5 minutos. Four minutos! 4 minutos! Ah! Four minutos! The game literally, guys, the game literally disconnected. LOL! I didn't do shit, it's the game. 3 minutos! 3 minutos! I think they did. I think they crashed everyone. Fucking out. Go watch us. My game definitely crashed. My game just crashed. So I opened even the notepad. No, like where I will put my notes. My notes will be there. I'm amazed. But they eat in Spain grapes, not raisins. 12 grapes. And 2.5 minutes and the music, guys. I'll survive. I'll be silent. I will be silent in the channel. It's okay. We are watching it together. The music, guys. Puppet Exile, their broadcast, official broadcast has 85k viewers. 85k. Wow. Login. 87k. Thank you so much for following. 1 minute. Tactical Ghost, hi. I'm back. No. Merry Christmas. Christmas Merry. 30 seconds. No! Fucking had a heart attack.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers, Game Director on Path of Exile 2. Welcome to GGG Live. Well, it's been a little over 3 months since we launched Early Access, so it's about time for our first major content update. Today, we're going to show you an exclusive reveal of Path of Exile 2,
Guys,
Dawn of
still
the
four,
Hunt,
pretty
which
much.
launches on April 4th. Twitch drops are enabled on today's live stream, so make sure you follow the instructions below in order to claim your Executioner's Guillotine finisher effect. Now in today's stream, we're going to
Getting
take
the
you on a
drops,
deep
the drops
dive
are
into
getting
the
the
new Dawn of the
drops.
Hunt update. We'll cover a
Yeah,
new class, 5 new ascendancy
drops are
classes,
coming.
and huge expansions on character systems like unique items and support gems. After that, it's on to the in-game improvements, including changes to systems, a bunch of new encounters, and lots of other content. We're going to finish up today with a live Q&A session where Ziggy D will ask Path of Exile 2's game directors, myself and Mark, your questions from Twitch chat. Now we have a lot to cover today, so let's get started with a trailer for Path of Exile 2, Dawn of the Hunt.
We as Mary are guided by the Spirit. It provides prey, shelter, even love.
New class, guys. I told ya.
But for me, one day, all that were changed. The Spirit, it showed me something. Something forbidden. And to defend all I loved, I used it. I lost everything that day. But fate weren't finished with me yet.
Like the Huntress. Java Zone! Correct. The correct word is Java
I'll
Zone.
right the wrongs I've done. I'll do what I must. No matter the cost.
It's kind of barbarish.
I will hear the Spirit once more.
Java Zone! Java Zone! God damn it! It's Java Zone! Oh, cool. It's the skill from the Poison Lady. What? What is going on? What is going on? Is this mount? Is this mount? Why we jumped on something? What is going on? Someone clip it. Someone clip it.
Don't make me kill you. I shall bathe in your blood.
Now, as you can see, in Dawn of the Hunt, we're introducing the first new class since early access to PoE 2, the Huntress. The Huntress is a spear-wielding Asmeri warrior. Born into a society with strict traditions, she was exiled from her homeland after using the power of a skill gem to defend her village. As a dexterous spear user, she specializes in both melee and ranged combat, dashing into and out of battle.
I am
Spears
so
have
playing it.
extended range and a short dash, but unlike other melee weapons, you can also throw them. In order to make a hybrid ranged and melee character work, we had to do a lot of thinking about ways to make it fun to both enter and exit melee range. The first skill you will get as a huntress is Whirling Slash. As well as striking in a circle around you, this skill creates a whirlwind that blinds your enemies. Leaving the whirlwind will make it explode.
Oh, Donut, thank you so much.
The more Whirling Slash is used, the bigger the whirlwind, and the bigger the explosion. Once you're out of there, you'll want to follow up with something ranged. Whip your spear around to shoot twisters towards your foes. These twisters bounce off walls and can hit enemies multiple times. You can also throw twisters inside a whirlwind to shoot out extra tornadoes that do way more damage. In her offhand, the Huntress will usually want to hold a buckler, which allows you to do a new skill, Parry. While holding down Parry, your character will counterattack any incoming attack from monsters near you, stunning them. In addition, the monsters will take extra attack damage from your follow-up strike. Some specific skills are designed to be used after a parry and have extra effects. Disengage is a skill that does a quick jump back, damaging enemies in front of you, and it can be used to interrupt other actions, like dodge roll. If you use it against a parried enemy though, it causes an explosion and gives you a frenzy charge. Just be careful. If you parry too much, you're going to get stunned and possibly killed. You can combine this combo with Whirling Slash. Slash, parry, disengage, and you'll get an explosion from the disengage and the Whirling Slash. The Huntress also has a variety of elemental spear throw attacks. You could use Lightning Spear to bounce lightning between your foes.
Okay, hopefully posted.
Or you could throw explosive spears into the ground. These spears take a while to detonate, but when they do, they'll incinerate anyone caught in the blast. All spear throws on the Huntress can also be empowered by frenzy charges. For example, explosive spears will do an even larger explosion and leave fire on the ground. And these empowered versions can activate even more combos. Using Whirling Slash over ground fire will suck it into the whirlwind, adding fire to the explosion. Using twisters inside a fire whirlwind will shoot out fire tornadoes as well. And you can do similar combos with ice and lightning too. Now, a key aspect of hunting is exhausting your foes by causing blood loss. This skill is Rake, which dashes towards your target and unleashes a deadly slash, opening up wounds on your enemies. Follow up with Disengage and watch them bleed out as they run towards you. On the health bar of monsters, you can see how much blood loss the enemy has experienced, and the Huntress has skills to take advantage of this. For example, using Blood Hunt will thrust forward and cause a bloody explosion. The more blood loss, the bigger the explosion. If you want to cause bigger bleeds, try out Rapid Assault. The final hit of this multi-hit combo will stick a spear into your enemy for a big bleed. Now, Explosive Spear and Rapid Assault both result in leaving spears behind, either in the ground or in enemies. But there are other skills that leave spears around too, like Storm Lance, that leaves an electrical spear that arcs towards enemies. But what can you do with all these spears? Detonate them, of course. Thunderous Leap will allow you to jump onto and explode any spears either in the ground or in your enemies. Now, as well as hunting animals, the Huntress also has the ability to work with them. While fighting any beast, you have the ability to tame it and use it as a companion. You can only have one companion at a time, but it will keep the mods that were on it. Try to find a rare beast with good mods to take full advantage of your ability to tame them.
Fuck.
Now, this is just the beginning of the Huntress. We've really tried to make the hybrid ranged and melee gameplay work for this class by having a huge amount of synergy between ranged and melee options. There are 22 new skills available for the Huntress. By endgame, you'll be slinging hundreds of insanely powerful spears, sending forth spirit animals and summoning
Basically,
the might
I
of
told you
Solaris from
guys,
the
no
sky.
druid, but Huntress is cool, really cool. So
But
we
still
need a
haven't talked about
Javazoni.
ascendancy classes yet. What can the Huntress ascend into? Well, the first ascension class you could choose is the Ritualist. The Ritualist has embraced the darker side of his merry traditions by harnessing the power of animal sacrifice and plague. The Corrupted Life Force skill causes all enemies around you to grow volatile blood boils on their skin. When those enemies are slain, the boils will burst, spreading corrupted blood to all enemies around them. The Ritualist also excels in taking advantage of magical trinkets. The Unfurled Finger skill allows you to equip an additional ring on a finger around your neck. Taking Mystic Attunement increases the bonuses of all the rings and amulets you have equipped. Now, this is one of my favorites. As the Whispers Ask grants you a new skill, Ritual Sacrifice. Use the skill on the corpses of slain rare monsters to absorb the power in their blood to give you one
Fuck,
of their
it's so
modifiers for
cool.
a short time. Specialize further into ritualistic sacrifice with As the Whispers
is,
Demand,
like, dark.
which allows
This
you to
is
perform that
super
skill on
dark.
yourself instead of a corpse. Cut your own hand, sacrificing some of your own blood to empower yourself. The Amazon Ascension is for those
ring
looking
is
to hunt
pretty
more than
OP,
just
yeah.
beasts. Trained as an elite guard to the most important Asmeri elders, the Amazon will use more traditional fighting techniques mastered to perfection.
Here we go, Jabba
Predatory instinct skill will
Zone,
cause you to
baby,
reveal
Jabba
weaknesses in the defenses of rare and
Zone.
unique enemies, causing you to deal more damage. You can see those weak spots represented on their life bars. While using Elemental Infusion, any charges you consume will infuse your weapon with elemental power,
Easy.
causing any
Let's
projectile
pick
attacks to explode on impact.
This is nuts. This is so good.
The Critical Strike skill is as simple as it sounds. It takes your excess accuracy and gives it to you as critical strike chance.
This looks like Jabba
Additionally, you have skills like Mystic
Zone.
Harvest, which allows your elemental damage to leech life,
Oh,
and
fuck.
as Mary Brew to be able to use either
a lot
flask
of
to restore
lighting,
both
guys.
life and mana. So those are the two new ascendancies for the Huntress, but those are not the only ascendancies in Dawn of the Hunt. We've added a new ascension class for 3 of the other existing classes too. First up, for our warriors out there, we have the Smith of Kitava.
No one cares.
The warrior is a blacksmith in origin, taught by his father Renly.
Jabba Zone.
With this ascension, you can take
Yeah,
your
but-
smithing skills to new heights by embracing power from the insatiable one himself, Kitava. Smiths of Kitava are master blacksmiths and have the ability to forge their weapon.
Can drink
quite
tea
literally.
now.
Using the Against the Anvil
You
notable skill,
warrior,
you
like,
can
for
enhance
real.
your weapon with fiery destruction before
Who
any battle.
cares, guys? Warrior.
After
Who
doing
cares?
so, your attacks will release explosions on hit for maximum devastation. You can also use the power of Kitava to summon an animated copy of your weapon to fight alongside you. A great blacksmith can do more than just forging
Yeah, guys,
their
the
weapon.
drops are coming.
Their
Watch the
armor
drop.
can be
Get the
enhanced
drops.
too. Now you might think this ascendancy class tree looks a little abnormal, and you're right. There's a lot of notable skills all disconnected at the bottom there. By taking this point here, which is free to assign, your character is unable to equip body armors with mods of any kind. So your body armor must be normal. Sounds like a downside, right? Except now in true blacksmith fashion, you get to craft your own body armor by taking those disconnected notables with your points. If you want your body armor to grant life, take this notable. If you want resistances, take this one. There's so many choices. Think of it like you're crafting your own body armor, just in a more literal sense. Now, let's move on to those who prefer the reassuring feel of a crossbow in their hands, the Mercenary. Alongside the existing Ascension classes, the Gemling Legionnaire and the Witch Hunter, you can now play as the Tactician. The Tactician is a former Blackguard elite.
I like Mercy.
Free from the duties of a Blackguard, he is able to use his training to decimate the monsters of Rayclast and earn a healthy income doing so. This training comes in the form of various skills like Suppressing Fire, which causes all projectiles to pin enemies. When combined with the Right Where We Want Them notable, your pin not only stops your enemies from moving, but stops them from performing actions too, similar to Freeze. With a soldier's training, the Tactician also works well cooperatively. Using the Whoever Pays Best notable, you can place multiple banners at once.
Pew, 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 pew,
The
pew.
Watch How We
Pew.
Do It skill gives a portion of your weapon's damage to your allies as well. But if that isn't enough, you can also command your army of off-screen archers to unleash hell and carpet an entire area with arrows. Finally, Witch players will be able to join their legions by becoming undead themselves. In Dawn of the Hunt, we're introducing the Lich Ascension class. The Lich is a master of chaos and curses and could sacrifice her life to enhance her energy
Leech.
shield.
Classic.
The
Classic.
crystalline
Classic.
phylactery
Classic.
skill
Classic.
allows you to nominate a jewel in which to contain part of your
Classic.
soul, massively increasing its power. There's just one downside to splitting your soul this way though. If you have no energy shield, your mana costs will shoot up. The Necromantic Conduit skill causes you and allies in your presence to have unholy might, granting extra damage as chaos damage. Rupture the Soul makes enemies you curse explode with chaos damage when slain. Dominion over Flesh allows you to apply an additional curse. It's safe to say you'll be the true master of the occult by choosing the Lich class. So Dawn of the Hunt has the Huntress and 5 new Ascension classes, but it doesn't end there. Let's take a look at some of the new skills we've added. Now you may remember we previously talked about the Raise Spectre skill. It's finally complete, and it will be made available in the upcoming expansion. It can be found in the occult skills on the Skill Gem crafting panel. Raise Spectre is a skill that allows you to trap the soul of almost any monster in the game, which you can then summon in the skill panel. Spectres cost spirit and will revive automatically if they die, but the spirit cost varies based on the power of the monster. You could summon an army of weaker monsters, or a few of the more powerful monsters. You can combine them with your existing skeleton minions, or summon exclusively Spectres. It's all up to you and how you want to customize your army of the undead. Given that there are hundreds upon hundreds of monster variants in Path of Exile 2, it's safe to say you'll be experimenting with
army's
this
gonna
one
be
for
crazy.
a while.
He's crazy
We look forward
already.
to seeing which monsters serve you best. Now let's move on to our next skill. Since we've been talking about summoning undead so much, let's have a change of pace and summon something a little more alive. In Dawn of the Hunt, we're adding the Summon Rower skill. Summon your friendly rower to aid you in combat as a minion. You can also mount your rower in combat at any time, allowing you to move at full speed, even while shooting arrows or throwing spears. Be wary though, if you take too much damage while riding your mount, you can be knocked off and get overwhelmed. It's worth keeping an eye on your stagger bar, as falling off the mount can mean almost certain death. On the topic of new ways to enhance your
Falling
character,
off the
let's talk
mount
about
means a
support
certain
gems.
death.
Support gems are used to modify your skill gems in meaningful and interesting ways. Currently, we feel that a lot of builds have insufficient options here. To alleviate this, we're adding over 100 new support gems. Hema crystals will enable a new kind of bleed build, turning the damage over time you would have done into explosive Vile crystals. Alignment is a support gem for bow attacks, which can reward skilled players with good positional skills. Caltrops will allow you to litter the battlefield with hazards, slowing your foes as you fling spears through their ranks. But there's plenty more for every playstyle, such as Enormity, Unsteady Tempo, Profanity,
But I think it's Battle Mount.
Retaliate, Syzygy. Yep, that's a real word. And many more. Now, we've talked about a new class, new ascendancy classes, new skills, and new support gems. But let's not forget about the core of a true action RPG, the items. To start with, let's talk about uniques. We're adding over 100 new unique items. This time, we've made sure to add uniques with a focus
Troy
on
did
mid
this
and
Path of
end-game
Exile too.
tiers to make sure there are more exciting items to find for higher-level characters. Let's look at some examples. Embrace your inner devil with Chernobog's Pillar. It grants you a large amount of fire damage based on your block chance. The Coming Calamity allows you to become a true master of the elements, granting you all 3 Elemental Herald skills without costing any spirit. At the same time, it penalizes enemy resistances. Wastegate is a belt useful for builds using a single resource like Blood Magic or Archmage builds. With this belt, you can use 2 life flasks or 2 mana flasks. It's up to you. Now, we could go through these all day, but we'll leave most of them for you to discover. Suffice to say, though, we want there to be way more cool things to find. Over time, our goal is to add a unique to every single base item type at a minimum, so that you can chance any base in the game. Now, given that we have the Huntress, we have a set of unique spears from early game all the way through to end game as well. One example is Scyther's Spear, which combines bleed and fire in a powerful way. It allows your ignites to be aggravated, dealing substantially more damage.
This does look good.
We're
Really
also
good.
introducing a suite of unique bucklers with some interesting parry mechanics. Kalgyra's Arc, for example, allows you to parry projectiles from any distance. And we're also adding our first unique charms. Bayra's Anguish will not only protect you from ignite, but will also emit a devastating fire nova whenever you do get ignited. In sum, there's just a ton of new uniques to find. We can't wait to see the weird and broken builds that come out of it. Now, we also want to talk about crafting options. In each major update during early access, we'll be continuing to add and improve the options here. We have various new crafting tools that have been added as rewards to many of the different types of new content that we're adding. But for now, I just want to mention the changes to runes. Runes add commonly available mods, but since they only have one tier, flat damage mods tend to get outclassed by in-game. So we've changed runes to have multiple tiers, allowing you to get higher tier mods than before. Our plan is to significantly expand the number of more specialized mods for crafting using socketables as we add new content over time. And the first new set of those comes from what we're talking about next. In Dawn of the Hunt, we're adding Asmarian wisps, which can be found throughout both the campaign and the endgame. The Asmari spirit has made itself present in Rayclast, and it appears to be trying to warn, or maybe prepare us for the coming darkness. You will first encounter a manifestation of it in the Grellwood in Act 1, where you'll meet Delwyn, an Asmari hunter who is trying to find out what exactly is causing the spirit to behave this way. As you approach the wisp, it will flee, leading you past monsters. Any monsters it comes into contact with are infused by it, making them more powerful. Each spirit is associated with a specific revered animal within Asmari culture. This one is a wisp of the Great Bear and grants enemies extra life and stun. The wisp moves faster the closer you are, and as you move away, they slow down to wait for you. But if you get too far away for too long, they'll dissipate and return to the woods. As you continue to chase the wisp, it will find and possess a rare or unique monster, granting it a new powerful ability. Because this was a wisp of the Great Bear, this monster now also has increased life and stun. But on top of that, it will periodically summon a large spectral bear that slams with wild fury. If you're able to defeat this foe, you will be rewarded. For each monster that was infused and killed along the way, the rewards will be increased. Each wisp has its own mechanics. The Wisp of the Winter Owl is a primal wisp that causes enemies to deal extra cold damage, gain energy shield, and release wind vortices on death. When infusing a monster, they will call down large tornadoes to protect their host. The Wisp of the Wild Cat is a vivid wisp that causes affected monsters to deal more critical strikes and become more evasive. When it infuses a monster, it will summon a barrage of feline spirits that will attempt to tear you limb from limb. If you're lucky, you may even find sacred wisps that can do some pretty crazy things to the monsters they influence. Like the Wisp of the Cunning Fox, which turns normal monsters into magics, magic monsters into rares, and rare monsters into actual bosses. Asmarian wisps can drop a new set of socketable items that allow you to craft a wide range of interesting new mods onto your items. Each one may only be used on a specific item slot. As mentioned, the Asmarian wisps can be encountered throughout the game, but there's also a new endgame map called the Asmari Ranges, a mountain village where the Asmari once lived, now overrun with corrupt monsters. This map always has multiple Asmarian wisps in it, and familiar, yet not quite the same boss fight. Asmarian wisps can also be further modified by the endgame Atlas tree as well, and by tablets. But I'm not going to be the one talking about those things. In order to cover all the new content in in-game, I'm going to hand things over to Mark.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile 2. There's a ton to talk about with the endgame today, so let's dig right in. Path of Exile 2's early access began with a brand new endgame, and it was clear that it needed a lot of work. After absorbing your feedback, we're ready to make some epic changes. The first thing is, we just need a lot more content. In Dawn of the Hunt, we have made sure to focus on increasing the sheer number of interesting and different encounters you will randomly stumble into as you explore the endgame. And the second goal is to smoothen the progression through maps and reduce the amount of annoying busy work. To start with, let's talk about the new interesting stuff to find. Well, the most obvious thing to add are new maps. As well as the Asmari Ranges that Jonathan mentioned earlier, Dawn of the Hunt also contains 7 other new maps, all with their own custom encounters. Let's start with this one. The Feral Megaliths map starts off in the wild Ezomite forests. As you progress through the forest, you will find mysterious rune-carved stones that, when touched, surge with energy. After activating all the stones, you can find a grand henge, where all the energy is coalescing. You can then start an encounter. The area darkens, a storm moves in, and a concentration of energy summons a dangerous boss. You must fight and defeat the boss to get its rewards. Once you have defeated it,
can you unmount your ass or no? Yeah, apparently you can.
And another, and another, and another.
Fuck!
You have 10 total waves of boss fights which get incrementally more difficult.
10 waves!
If you manage to defeat them, you get full boss rewards, but also opportunities to get new runes. These can only be obtained from this map. The Fractured Lake contains a surreal waterscape with fractured mirror-like objects. As you move around the map, the terrain itself elevates from below, creating the ground you walk on. In this unique map, all the rare monsters are mirrored, so you're always fighting two of the same rare at the same time, which can prove quite difficult. If you manage to overcome that challenge and make it to the end of the map, you'll be presented with a broken mirror, a powerful altar-like object that contains an item within it. The item contained within is a new base type, either an amulet or a ring, that can be crafted to have additional prefixes or suffixes at the cost of the other. The last unique map we'll show today is one based around the essence mechanic. You enter a crystalline cavern, and you will find a powerful map boss imprisoned in the center. It is surrounded by many rare monsters, also imprisoned in essences. By freeing and defeating the rare monsters, the essence they held will be upgraded to a greater essence, and be added to the imprisoned map boss. How brave are you? How many essences will you add to the boss? Overdo it, and you might lose everything. Underdo it, and you might regret it. It's your choice. Speaking of essences, alongside visual improvements, you're now able to apply Varlorbs to corrupt the essences, with a range of unpredictable outcomes. It could increase the number of essences, re-roll all the essences to the same type, or even upgrade the essences to greater essences. What if they're already greater essences? Well, it can upgrade those too. We have 4 new corrupted essences: Essence of Hysteria, Delirium, Horror, and Insanity. Each corrupted essence has its own interesting combat mechanics. For example, the Essence of Insanity causes you to question even your own mind, as monsters split into shadowy clones, and you must locate the real one before a devastating icy explosion freezes everything around it. Each of these has their own crafting outcomes. The Essence of Insanity can be applied to a belt. It adds a mod that will ensure the next Varlorb used on the belt will guarantee adding 2 enchantments. It's worth noting all the essences in the unique map can also be corrupted too, if you're willing to risk it. It's worth noting we have also added 10 extra Atlas passive points you can earn by completing 5 different unique maps. Now, new maps are just the beginning. We had a goal where we wanted to make sure you were constantly finding exciting new content, and that it could be lurking around any corner.
Let's
so,
hope.
we have added a bunch of new things that you could stumble into in any map you run. On your travels, you will sometimes encounter rogue exiles. Others like you who have been exiled and are openly hostile. Some are malicious, some are mad, while others are simply fiends for loot. They will challenge you, a fight to the death. They use the same skills available to players, and even the same items.
That shit
They aren't
was
just
in
dressed
Diablo
up in
4,
those
okay?
items, they're actually using them. It's going to feel like a true player versus player situation. Of course, if you are able to slay these exiles, those items will all drop on the ground. So if you encounter an exile using a powerful or valuable unique item, which you can see displayed under their life bar, you want to be damn sure you kill them. Because if they kill you and your party, they'll portal out, taking their items with them. Every fight will feel completely different depending on the items they come equipped with. These exiles are much smarter than your regular monster. They have capabilities to dodge roll, avoid your abilities with smart pathfinding, smart targeting, and much more action-packed gameplay. Fortunately, they're like you and they're not super durable. Unless, of course, they're wearing uniques like Calm's Heart, in which case, expect a longer battle. There are 12 different rogue exiles you can find, each with their own skills and personalities. Some may insult you, while others may admire your honor in combat. Another encounter you might stumble onto in Dawn of the Hunt are one of 4 new unique strongboxes. Strongboxes are chests with modifiers. When you try to open them, they activate traps and spawn waves of monsters that you must defeat to access the loot. Let's take a look at 2 of the new unique boxes that are harder to find and behave just a little bit differently. The Ogham's Legacy Strongbox has a corpse splayed out in front of the rune-carved stone. Upon interacting with the stone, you activate Forbidden Ezomite magic, which revives the monster as a powerful rare. The Strongbox comes with a modifier which determines how many times it will revive that rare. Each time you defeat the monstrosity, the Strongbox revives it again, adding an extra modifier to the monster.
Fuck.
With each resurrection, it becomes more difficult, but also more rewarding. This strongbox is infused with thaumaturgy from ancient
Everything
Val
is
technology.
corrupted. Everything is corrupted in
E-Shell's
this game.
Torment has a
Everything was
powerful
Val.
artifact inside and is guarded by chaos itself. Defeating the monsters will grant you a unique item with a specific corrupted outcome. You'll have to find the other two for yourself to see what they do. Now, let's talk about the introduction to the endgame. Upon starting the endgame, Doriani tasks you with cleansing corruption to help restore the land. However, in practice, the quest objective just sent you on a grind to clear 15 maps. We wanted to make the quest to unlock your Atlas passives much more interesting. Now, Doriani is tasking you with a more specific objective. On the Atlas, you will find areas of corruption caused by the beast. In the center of each one, you will find a corrupted nexus, the source of the affliction.
That is good.
In the areas leading up to the nexus, you will notice that corruption spills out from slain enemies and amalgamates into powerful monsters. Corrupted
That is what I was
maps
like
existed on
saying.
the
I
Atlas
was
before,
saying this.
but we've
That
done
is
significant
stupid
work on
when you're going
improving
into
these
the end
monsters.
game.
We've also done a full pass on the modifiers on these maps to make them more interesting and more rewarding. Once you reach the nexus, you will have a new task: cleanse the source of corruption. When you defeat the last rare in those maps, they will spawn one of 3 terrifying bosses, amalgamations of corruption itself. After defeating that boss, Doriani will come and cleanse the corruption for good. As the remains of the boss are purged of corruption, it coalesces into raw crystallized power, which you can use to gain points for your Atlas passive skill tree, the upgrade system that allows you to add and enhance content in your maps. We didn't stop there though. When you complete a corrupted nexus, all of the remaining surrounding corrupted maps will become cleansed maps. Cleansed maps also have new monsters, a new boss, and their own set of modifiers and rewards, including finding fracturing orbs by slaying cleansed enemies. These orbs can be used in crafting on a rare item to cause one of its modifiers to become fractured. A fractured modifier is one that cannot be modified by any means. You are able to freely modify the item, ensuring the fractured modifier will never change. If you get the right item with the right mod, it can prove to be a very powerful crafting base indeed. You must now choose. Do you complete all the corrupted maps and then the Nexus? Or maybe you beeline to the Nexus, complete it, and do all the remaining maps cleansed. Both have rewards to entice you and challenges to assess. Now, let's have a talk about towers. One thing we've had a lot of feedback on is the busy work around running towers and managing your tablets.
Oh my gosh.
The first change we've made here is that we have reduced the number of towers drastically. So there are now 1/3 as many as before, but we've made them much more powerful. To start with, tablets now inherently add twice as many mechanics. But that's not all. Running higher tier maps and towers now increases the number of mechanics applied by tablets. By tier 15, the bonus is double, allowing a single tablet to now add 4 times as many mechanics as before. So, we're running far fewer towers, dealing with fewer tablets, and affecting even more maps than before. But because there are fewer towers overlapping with each other, you won't get as many opportunities to stack different tablets. In order to solve this, we've made it so that each tower can consume up to 3 tablets at once. You always get 1 slot on completing the tower, but if you can complete a tower with more mods on the waystone, you can unlock a 2nd or 3rd slot. Overall, this allows for even more juicing from towers, while drastically reducing the amount of busy work you have to do. On top of that, towers are much more interesting maps because they can now spawn with all mechanics, including bosses. Each tower map has a new boss. Let's take a look at a couple here. The boss fight of the Alpine Ridge map has 2 powerful witches contesting for territory. One witch has an affinity for ice, the other fire. Who will win? Hopefully neither.
Crap!
The boss of the Sinking Spire map is a remnant of the Val that has been charged with lightning. It uses a full suite of lightning abilities, but be careful. If any of them hit the surrounding constructs, they will power up. Another thing that we've seen a lot of feedback about is sustaining waystones. As we looked into it, we realized that the people who couldn't sustain waystones were dying a lot. A lot more than we had expected. And that made us realize something. During the campaign, the expectation is that you can die multiple times in order to learn how to overcome challenges. You are able to learn how the monsters behave, adapt to their skills, and eventually overcome them. But as soon as you get to the endgame, you are effectively no longer allowed to die if you want to sustain waystones. By the time you are getting towards the end of endgame, we want you to have to be careful not to die. But it certainly shouldn't be that we have such a sudden shift as you run your first maps. The first change we're making is you can now respawn and return to a map if you die. Continuing from where you left off. When you start the endgame, you get up to 6 total
I
attempts
wasn't
per map.
expecting this.
As you add more modifiers to a waystone, the number of respawns goes down.
Fuck.
This means that as you get to the point that you're running every waystone as a rare, you will have to be more careful. In parties, everyone gets to respawn that number of times. But we still think it's important that you can kill a boss in one go.
Fuck!
In order to allow that to happen, we've made a change so that once you start the boss fight, it changes over to the same respawning system we use for pinnacle bosses. This means that the map owner can choose to respawn everyone at the same time. Another complaint we've seen a lot of is players not wanting to do the pinnacle content because of the experience penalty from dying. A change we've made here is that all pinnacle content now no longer grants experience, but also no longer removes experience on death either.
Cool.
Dawn of the Hunt also brings the first batch of Twilight Order reliquary keys from the early access supporter packs. These keys contain items selected by our supporters. They can contain any unique item found in Path of Exile 2. If the selected item is a pinnacle boss drop, then only special keys dropped by this content will be able to provide these items. For example, Hand of Wisdom in action can only come from a key dropped by Zesht. We're also making a change that allows pinnacle boss uniques to drop at any difficulty. Rarer uniques will be rarer at lower difficulties, but still possible to find. This applies to the drop chances for the reliquary keys from this content as well. We spoke about towers and tablets earlier, but we have also added a suite of unique tablets. Each of these adds crazy interactions to the maps influenced by it. For example, this unique tablet allows you to run any map in a tower's radius without requiring connections, which can be quite useful for jumping gaps and traveling around your atlas. And this tablet causes all runic monsters spawned during expedition encounters to be duplicated, and weakens all expedition monsters that emerge from the ground. The Atlas tree has also been expanded, and you can find many of the new mechanics there, and improvements to existing ones too. Now through this livestream we have mentioned quite a few new crafting options that we've added. New runes, corrupted essences, fractured mods and jewelry crafting bases. But we did have just one more crafting system to talk about. Recombination. Expedition was the only in-game mechanic that was lacking a crafting system, so that needed to change. Recombination is a mechanic that might be familiar to some players. It allows you to merge two items together, hoping to get the best elements of each on a single new item. This new crafting bench will be unlocked as you complete your first expedition, and requires artifacts found during expeditions to fuel it. The rarer the mods on the item you are combining, the more expensive the cost. That wraps up all the major in-game changes we're talking about today. With all the system changes and new content, we can't wait to get in there, start blasting maps, and obliterating monsters. There is one more thing we wanted to clarify before we move on, which is that all the content we've talked about today will be made available in the existing early access leagues, so you can play your existing characters. However, there will be new leagues made for those who wish to start in a fresh economy. It is recommended to start over and get the full new experience in the Dawn of the Hunt leagues. For all our existing early access players, we're really looking forward to joining you playing in this new update. For those who don't already have access and are interested in playing Path of Exile 2, Dawn of the Hunt, you are able to at any time purchase an early access supporter pack at www.pathofexile2.com. Additionally, the
that's so
Paladin and Penance supporter packs are now available to purchase in Path of Exile 2 and contain
So
6
far, so good.
microtransactions each, and the full pack's face value in points. All the microtransactions contained within these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way. Thank you so much for your ongoing support. We're just about to start the Q&A with Ziggy D. With release at the end of next week, our community team will be posting crucial information you'll need for the release. Keep an eye on the news. On release weekend, we expect to launch the new mystery box and many new microtransactions, including Path of Exile 2's first alternate skill effects. Thanks for joining us today and checking out our latest developments. We're looking forward to playing the Huntress, trying new builds, and exploring the new endgame next week. We'll begin the Q&A shortly, so please get your questions ready.
Mama sharky pururum purum, mama sharky pururum purum, mama sharky pururum purum, mama shark.
Holy. Boys and girls, what do you think? So I put down a bunch of shit, but actually, like, we need to watch it again. There is a bunch of shit that, like, I don't get it actually. There is.
Lots and lots in it, exceeding my expectations, particularly in crafting. But on that note, we're joined here.
I hope
by
so.
Adam
I hope that my
and
my hair is
Mark to
funny.
talk about all that we've seen today and more in the future of Path of Exile 2. And
No
had
one
an
can
update
hear
about the
shit, and that's
Yes,
not
that's
me.
right,
That's
that's
everyone.
right.
No
Yeah,
one
so
can hear
we actually
shit.
last night had a bit of a design session and realized that we weren't actually fully happy with the way that recombination worked. So we actually made quite a big change to it, which wasn't reflected in that video, obviously, which is basically that we sort of wanted to give a bit more control to the player over how recombination works. And we also kind of weren't really happy about the fact that recombinators is something that like kind of matters a lot for really, really ultra endgame players. But it wasn't something that was really mattering a lot for like the people who effectively got access to the feature at the start. So we've actually changed it now so that the way it works is that you pick which mods you want on the
And anyway, we're not there yet. Guys, how did you like it?
the less of a chance of actually having success. So it means that if you just want to get like a mod, if you want to get an item with like, okay, these 2 mods that I found off the ground, that's relatively easy. If you want to get an item which has all of them, then very
Here we
hard.
go, bud.
So we think that's a much better design because it means you can kind of use the recombinators actually become something that you can use even from from the first point you get them. But there's still this kind of end game, like like for perfect stuff, you might still be able to do it with more. It is kind of balanced though, so that like if you pick literally all 6, then it's going to be like incredibly low to the point of like don't even try that. But like 4 mods might be a good thing to sort of be striving for, that kind of thing, and then exalt the other 2, that kind of stuff. So yeah, that's kind of the new design of that. So hopefully that'll be in by the time 0.2 comes out. We've kind of got a plan for doing that. But yeah, like I think it's a much better design than what we had before for recombinators.
If it's not there for O2O, it'll be as
very
soon as it
soon.
can afterwards.
Very
But
soon,
yeah, spur of the moment, night before the live stream design sessions.
Yeah.
But
Been a few of those.
increased player agency and visibility into
Becoming
the
louder, yeah,
success
guys?
result is just a win. And honestly, took way too long to get to the point of us actually going, oh, this is just straight up better to have observability
Or
into
not.
that and the freedom of choice. So.
Sure.
Yeah, that's the thing. Recombination definitely felt like something that was both really high end in terms of the crafting, that
But it
was
is like, yeah, it is
intended
bad.
for, but also just even understanding it. This seems much more intuitive because
Yes, you just pick what you
selecting
want.
the mods you want.
Yeah,
Right?
exactly.
So it does sound like it's a little bit of a nerf for the very high end of crafting, though. Like,
It might end up being, but I'm not like it sort of depends on how the numbers come out. Like because we only just designed this, we need to still work out like exactly how the numbers end up looking. But I mean, look, we have to make sure. Obviously, whenever we're designing any crafting system, we have to be really sure that we're not like screwing over finding stuff on the ground. So you have to sort of have that balance, and that's so that kind of informs everything we do with crafting usually.
One difference here, though, of course, is if the success chance fails, both
item's just
both
deleted,
items
yeah.
are destroyed as opposed to always keeping one.
Yeah.
So
okay.
So it's
Whether
basically
or
percent
not
chance
that's
for success, and if it fails, item's gone. So
What,
yeah.
roughly, what do you think you try to pitch? Just
It's like
choosing
it's on
food?
the end, guys. You cannot do
It
pretty much
depends on what
anything.
mods you're
They need
selecting,
to put it up.
but I'm kind of thinking kind of like 35% ish kind of thing for like 2.
Yeah, they sit the
normal
same.
mods, that
They
kind of
all
thing.
like ZGD also
Like,
sit the
for
same,
both,
but
yeah,
they
for
are
the
the
both,
lag.
What
What is this with man? What's happening?
And then but we'll
it
see.
kind of depends. Again,
It kind of depends. We'll see how we have to do
higher
some
tier
mathing.
mods are rare, and
Yeah, exactly. So it sort of
it
depends on the
also
situation.
the other thing is it's going to now have a fixed cost, so it's not gonna
Yeah.
you know.
And the idea is
dollar
like,
based on
yeah, and the idea is like doing a single expedition should be enough to do a recombination. So, you're going to be doing them like relatively often as you're doing expeditions.
So is the part of Expedition where you get to craft with the NPCs still a thing then? Now that you're adding this?
Yeah, I mean, you've still got that whole mechanic, and like, so it's effectively it's competing for the artifacts.
Yeah.
Between recombination versus buying things from that other way.
So is there some buffs intended for that then to make it more competitive?
Not
with...
yet. It definitely needs some love in the future, but not at this time.
Yeah. It seems like the systems can kind of go hand in hand, where one is giving you items that you can then potentially recombinate.
That is also true. You can use the ingredients of one in the other, or the outcome of one as an ingredient in another,
Cool. We'll talk more about crafting a little bit later on for sure, because there was a lot announced there, which I'm quite excited about. Definitely exceeded my predictions for what you'd be adding in terms of crafting. But firstly, though, just a quick clarification on the league. So there's not going to be a wipe for the new players joining us.
Right.
If you were playing on a character, you can still keep playing on a character. But a lot of long-term Path of Exile players know the importance of playing on a fresh start, and that's also really important for you guys as well.
For sure, yeah. I mean, basically, if we don't have like any character that's come from before, you're just not gonna.
I'm trying to listen.
Because the balance is so different, and because so many things have changed. There's like no point in even listening to feedback for someone who's playing in the old league. Like, it really has to be that you're doing the fresh start, and we're sort of seeing how things go in the new economy. So like we were really sort of it was kind of an interesting decision about whether or not we should make it so that all the content is exclusive, or rather like what amount of content would be exclusive to the league versus not. And the issue that we had is that so I mean, like, a league means something in Path of Exile. In order for something to rise to the level of a league, it needs like a certain amount of features. And the original thing we were thinking about doing that way would be the Asmerian Wisps, but there wasn't quite like the kind of like meta mechanics and stuff with that. So like we didn't quite rise to the level of feeling like it deserved to be a challenge league. And at the same time, we've also got a lot of new players playing Path of Exile 2, never played Path of Exile before. So we were a little bit like we kind of were deciding like, okay, should we should we make them exclusive or not? We sort of decided, you know what, for this one we're not going to. And then what we'll probably try and do is for the next league that we do, we'll actually make it a proper challenge league with like its own exclusive mechanic and so on. But yeah, it's a little bit funny because like in early access is a bit of a different situation, different and so. Yeah, we'll sort of see how this goes anyway. But certainly I would encourage everyone just like start again on a new character. I think, you'll have a much better time because, obviously if there's structural changes to the passive tree. It's like if you log in with your old character, you're going to have like, your tree's going to get reset. You have to do stuff. There's things like that are going to happen that mean that, and also just balance changes, right? Like huge numbers of them. So
Log out,
you're gonna have a better
I
time
see
playing
That's it.
the chat.
And speaking of the Huntress then, so we saw initial Huntress quite some time ago now and had some hands-on time with it and things, but I certainly, having played that before and played it now recently, the Huntress has changed quite a lot.
Yeah.
So what was the, how hard was it to get it ready for release? What was kind of the key there?
I mean, it's funny because class design is one of those things where every time you add something, it can make you reevaluate everything else, which is why it's so hard to predict like how long a class will take.
I don't know.
Like it changed
This
a
is not
lot since the last time we had like we were showing Huntress. And honestly, like, it's like while there are some skills that you will still see, like it just plays completely different. And I mean, whenever we're looking in like how we're going to design something like this, it really comes down to like what is it's the special about the character class.
Is
like,
this
how
a
can we double
summer
down on that to
stream?
make
No,
sure it feels
apparently they
different?
cannot fix it. I don't know why, but they cannot
with
fix
the
it.
Huntress, you've obviously got spears as a base type. The key difference between a spear and any other weapon type is that you can both use them at melee and you can also use them at range. You can throw them. And so because of that, we really were just really trying to incentivize everything possible so that you use both of those things. Action RPG players, they generally speaking, the balance can often be such that you only really want to do one thing and do that one thing well. So trying to incentivize the kind of ranged and melee is, quite a thing. And I mean, the way we do it effectively is try to make sure that like there are combo chains where, a ranged thing can combo with something that's melee, and a melee thing can combo with something that's ranged, and then also give you good abilities to move between the two states. And so that kind of means that you end up with a very like agile character, like you're constantly moving like backwards
By
and
the way,
forwards
someone
and kind of
wrote
moving
in
around.
chat, like,
I would say
item
that like
automated.
given that it's the Dex
Good
character,
idea.
that it's good that it feels that way, that it feels the most agile of all of the melee character classes. That's been a really good one. But I mean, look, there are, in terms of changes, I mean, look, there are just changes all the time. Like the frenzy charge thing was like relatively late in development. Like there's like quite a lot of things going on that just meant that the field kept on evolving. And another big one, of course, was parry, which I honestly was very skeptical of working. And Mark, Mark was the one who saved it. Honestly, like I was like, you know what? There was like 3 times I think where I was like, you know what? I don't think it's gonna work. And then you were like, okay, I think we're gonna save this.
I was like, give me a week.
Yeah, exactly. And it works completely differently for most games, because in most games, obviously, for parrying, the way that works is that you have to time the to push the block button at exactly the right time, but that's just something that just wouldn't work in our combat system, because you're often packs of monsters. It's just like you don't really have the ability to read combat in that way in our game, and at the same time we need to make something where there's going to be like if a single monster in a pack hits you, you need to be able to respond to that with something that's going to you need to be able to respond in a way where you don't just then immediately get hit by a bunch of other stuff.
Yes.
So having it so that the parry, like it always parries, but it's then taking advantage of what the parry does to the monster by following up with something that's going to give you like an explosion or something like that to kind of deal with the pack. That's something that sort of allows that counter gameplay to work in our game. So you've kind of got 2 primary parry follow-ups. You've got the frenzy charge one, which dashes back, which means that you don't have to worry about the monsters hitting you. And then you've also got the one that there's another one which I don't believe we showed there, which called Fangs of Frost, which does a counter where you attack with ice, which freezes the pack. So it's another way to so in both cases you've kind of got something that's kind of dealing with the fact that you've got all these monsters around you. And that was kind of the biggest challenge I think that we had with that mechanic.
I'll also make note of, there was a support gem I found that you can attach to any attack that allows you to follow up parry to generate a frenzy charge too. So it doesn't even have to be the backflip.
In that case, there's other,
create your own parry.
And then of course there's always Sniper's Mark. And there's like there's a skill that does give you a guaranteed crit, so that's a potential option as well. Like you've got a few different ways to generate them.
Because parry guarantees a light stun.
Yeah.
You always get that small window to actually engage or do a thing before before you're under danger again.
And I'll tell you this, like, I am one of those players who never parry, right? In any game ever, because I can never do it. It's always just so frustrating. So I was very skeptical of that, but it feels really good. You've both managed to make it something that's easy to do, because you can just hold the button down and parry at any time. There's no skill involved in that. But at the same time, you've incentivized making it so that you do want to still try and time it as best you can personally. How have you done that? How have you made it so that like you actually still want to kind of play it skillfully?
Well, I mean, ultimately, anytime you're holding down the parry button is when you're not attacking, right? Exactly. So you still want to kind of minimize the window, but at the same time, like the timing is just not like, not as bad. But the nice thing as well is that like once you do successfully parry, it's very obvious. You get the sound, you get the token on the monster. It's very chunky.
Yeah.
So it means it's very obvious when you're supposed to counterattack. So yeah, I'm very happy with that. I think that it came out really well. And honestly, one of the funny things about it is that it immediately made me realize like how bad shields are in comparison, which is why we're also trying to ninja in a change to how shields work at the last minute, which we'll see if it makes it into 020. I was playing around with it last night.
This was 8 p.m. last night.
Yeah, 8 p.m. last night, exactly. I was
messing with this.
Yeah, messing around with it. And I won't talk too much about how that's going to work, but effectively we want to make shields, the shields better as well, and kind of build something into those to make them more interesting.
Yeah.
So that's the plan there. We'll see if it makes it for 020.
Yeah, following that kind of similar design space idea of being able to
like
do
in
a
and
bit
log
more with
out.
it.
Yeah,
and then
100%.
that feed into other skills and things like that as well. 100%. There's a lot of room there to play with.
Yeah.
So we talked about Huntress being very combo.
Okay, the
heavy, and
best
she has
part
deepest
is the
combo chains
the
out of
chat.
anyone so far,
The comments
even
from chat.
exceeding like things you can do with Monk.
Mm-hmm.
You got 3-4 different skills deep of things
Mhm.
you can start to
Mhm.
synergize together. So how do you balance? How do you make that fun? Firstly, like rather than like onerous, for example.
Well, I mean, I guess there's a few things. Like one of them is it just has to be very readable and understandable when, like, like what you can do and when you can do it. And I think the other thing that's really to our advantage here is reusing skills in multiple ways, so you can make a deeper combo chain without requiring you to be using as many skills in order to do it. So the way that Whirling Slash and Tornadoes interact with ground effects and kind of like all that stuff sort of means that you're using Whirling Slash multiple times as part of the same combo chain, and that's an idea I think that I'd like to try and explore more, because I think that it is a cool way to
Everything was
extend the
written.
combo chain.
Was being
As I
written.
said, without sort of getting too many things involved, and makes it a lot cooler. So yeah, I'll think a bit more about how we can apply that to other classes and other skills, but it's worked out really well here.
Yeah, it's a bit of like a loose create your own combo system in a way. Like obviously there's intended combos, but because it's interacting with something that's fundamental like ground effects, you're able to combo
Surprising
with
it
anything
doesn't
that
have,
creates
like,
a
a
ground effect. There's a lot of
questions
different
or
ways you can do
something.
that. Like I
understand that
added
they want
shock
to
ground
make it to
the
look like
backflip skill,
conversation,
or
but
I got a companion
come on.
pet that
Nice.
had
You're
a
supposed to
shock
have the list
ground
of
aura
questions from
Nice.
chat
as
or
like
something
so
like this.
that was just
Yeah.
there and that was available all the time.
I mean, it's funny as well because it also works on just enemy ground effects, and so sometimes you can just get a damage boost because the rare just happened to be dropping ground fire or something. So that's kind of fun. But it's been it's just a lot of fun to play. The first time I ran into that was actually in the graveyard where there's these like chests that like pop open with fire, and like I was using tornadoes, and then one of them just randomly turned into a fire tornado, and I'm like, oh, what happened there? Oh, yeah, sweet. It was just like a really cool moment where it just sort of interacted with the environment, which was really fun.
It always feels like you're getting a little bit of something extra for free when you're taking advantage of the enemy effects, or a boss fight that just has burning ground everywhere. It's like sweet. So how do you go about balancing though when you have a class that has deeper combos and kind of somewhat requires you to do a bit more versus a class or a skill or a build that is just bonk?
I mean, you have to ultimately make the combos matter, right? And I think actually that's one of those things that we're trying to really focus on with the balance changes we're doing in Dawn of the Hunt more generally, is making sure that even, like, I think it's the case where some of the combo gameplay kind of degenerates a little bit by end game in a way that, like, I want to make sure it still feels rewarded. And so we were sort of doing various checks, recently about, like as a random example, right? Like, so on the Mercenary, we found that doing, but when you get to endgame, doing armor break, what's it called? The armor piercing that causes armor break, followed with high velocity rounds, is just worse than just using high velocity rounds. And that's like really bad, right? Like we have to make sure that we're improving that stuff. So it's like sometimes you just get these things where like the balance by endgame kind of degenerates in a way that that doesn't support the combo anymore. And so we have to make sure that when we're looking at buffing things, that we're like making sure that when we're doing it, it's to support the fact that using more things is actually a good thing. We're really trying to make sure that we're bringing some of that, improving some of that stuff as well as we're doing making the balance changes.
So do you have like a baseline there of where like the really simplest build should be, the build that just bonks? Like,
I mean, you mean in terms of damage or in terms of like what it does? I mean, we always want you to be able to build that way. But
the players have to do a combo.
I mean,
for
no,
people who don't want
ultimately
to.
you never have to, right? But it sort of what it means is that you are sacrificing something. And look, the ideal situation is that like you don't feel like you have to do combos. You feel like you want to do combos, right? Like, because you feel rewarded for them. It's like should feel like a fun, like, oh, I can add this. Like it's the feeling.
Or you can press one button and
I think
vaporize the whole
Huntress
map.
is doing that very well. Must have been like
That's
extremely hard.
also
I don't
really
think I've
nice.
ever seen this like ranged melee combo done well before.
Right. Well, I mean, it does require a lot of discipline, and it means that a lot of skills like end up on the cutting room floor because you try them out and then you realize, well, if this is in the game, then that's the only thing I'm ever going to do. So you got to be really careful about that stuff.
Certainly, playing the Huntress now makes me go back and look at the other classes and be like, we need to up that the level there, and we missed the mark a little bit now because this is better. And who's to say the next class won't even be better and make us question even this? But
but that's the way it is with class design.
That's what he says when we like literally when you make a new class, you question everything. He's not understating the level of questioning everything.
Yeah, do you see like
Yours
going
is
back
slow,
to the monk at
but,
some
like,
point
okay, I
and
can
looking
hear
for more like opportunities to link skills together with?
I mean,
combos
we haven't got to the full skill set for any class yet already, and we need to add more pieces for a lot.
I think there's at least 4 skills that were designed and then aren't in the monk currently.
Ranger the same. There was extra poison skills. It was intended to be more chaos dots. There's all kinds of stuff. We have to obviously at some point fill all of that in. Hard to say when, but we're going to try and incrementally get it, like much like how Ray Spectre and I mean the mount works with the Huntress, but we were like, let's give something for the Ranger this time. Let's give something for the summoners out there this time, and so we're just going to keep filling in those gaps over time.
And it feels like you're getting better at class and skill design as you go too. So I imagine the last class you're going to release is going to be like amazing. You'll look back at the first ones and be like, ooh.
Possibly.
Well, that is the worry, but whatever.
But look, with that just means we've got another round of going through everything and improving stuff again, right? So
and that will never end.
That's it. So with the parry came the kind of looking at the player getting stunned, in particular player heavy stun. So it's always hard to tell players like, hey, we're going to do something to you and it's going to be a bad thing. You're not going to like this.
Well, the funny thing,
let's talk about why.
there's a few things like that actually, because so I mean, for a start, like we needed the downside of parry to be like that. Yeah, you get stunned out of it. But then when we're looking at how long, like we're like, okay, right now, even, and it's this true with shield block as well, by the way. It's like if you get stunned out of that, the amount of time that you get stunned out for is actually not even enough time for most bosses to do a follow-up attack on you. And it's like, well, where's the downside if it doesn't even have enough time? So we did have to extend that out a little bit, and it makes you a little bit more careful. But
Guys,
just to warn people,
really
right?
nice.
There's a few other things like we lowered what's it called, the I can't remember the name of that thing now. The thing that makes you more easy to be elemental statuses apply to you. Ailment threshold. That's right, ailment threshold. Yeah. So we lowered ailment threshold to actually make it so the player has those mechanics happen more to them, right? Because like right now through campaign, like you barely get frozen or burning or shocked, really, to be honest. So there's stuff like that we've had to do to kind of make sure that that, because if you don't have that stuff actually happen to you, then there's no point in mitigating it. And it's like
One
things
more
like
question.
charms
I'm
were
giving
like
it
not
one
very
more
useful
question.
because those mechanics weren't happening to you. There's stuff like that, right? The downsides do actually matter in order to make it so that that you then there's other things you can do to sort of bypass those downsides. So that's kind of one of those things that we just have to make sure is there.
I did always find it a little bit strange that like I was able to count the number of times I was frozen in the campaign on one finger.
For sure. for sure. But
And it's always by those vile ghosts.
yes.
So expect a little bit more, a little bit more danger from the stun. I definitely died a couple times to getting heavy stun.
Yeah, it can happen.
So that's mostly occurring if you're like doing bad
the hell's
blocking
back
or
on
parrying,
PWE1?
but Can it also occur just from like taking a really big hit or something?
Nope.
So at least we've discussed that. We've gone through a whole bunch of different like. Should certain boss abilities heavy stun you, and if you spec into enough stun threshold, it like demotes it to a light stun, and if that,
Okay, it's
there's
the
all
same
kinds
question.
of multi-hour discussions we've had, and we haven't really come to anything conclusive there. But it's only from mount, raise shield, and parry, and of which, at least for all of them, you can see your stagger bar filling up. It's worth noting things like evasion apply to. So when you're parrying, we turn off your evasion from taking damage because the block does, right? And otherwise you'd be like, I'm going to parry it. Oh, I evaded it. It didn't parry. Yeah. But you can evade the stagger build up. So you don't take the damage anyway, just
the
before
evasion
anyone
still
misunderstands
works.
that.
The evasion still works.
Yeah.
So high evasion will mean you can parry for longer. There's a bunch of parry stuff on the tree, including damage affecting the debuff, the duration of the debuff, so you get to benefit for it longer. Reducing stagger is all over the place for both mount and so in the dex section of the tree. So yeah, you can mitigate. I mean, my expectation is probably you'll get some in-game builds that are just like, I can parry forever and there's no real consequence. So not every skill can be parried, of course.
It otherwise follows the slam rules. If it's a slam from above or below, you can't parry it. Much to your frustration for some things.
I mean, there are a few things where I've got disagreements about what looks like it's parryable, but...
my hopeful there was when it's contentious, people would bring it up and would change it, right?
Sure.
So, like, if it's on the line, it's meant to be blockable. Like, if it isn't clear. And there was no way with hundreds of monsters and many dozens of bosses that we weren't going
Are
to
they
miss.
gonna go like for a now? Because I don't know. The drops are available for
you
one
mentioned this a little
more.
bit earlier,
like,
but
the drops
action
will
RPG
be.
is kind of naturally
You're gonna get the
pull you
drops for
towards
staying for one more
damage
hour.
type, one skill, one specific
Like
thing.
if they're for real
optimizing
gonna
as
be
much
like
as possible,
talking
because
for
otherwise
one
you're
more
just
hour,
making
wow,
a bad build all
then
the
like
time.
big wow.
But I noticed Huntress has a bit of everything. She's got bleed. She's got all the elements. She's got physical. The only thing she doesn't have is like chaos, but there's kind of poison on the tree right there. So, how do you like promote this? Like all of this different stuff together? Are you supposed to only kind of be relegated to using 2 or 3 skills, or are these supposed to come together? And how do you manage that?
Well, there's a few things. So one of them is that we provide a lot of combos with the expectation that you'll probably be focusing around like a few specific things rather than necessarily using the whole tree. So like there's that. The other thing as well is just making sure that in the passive tree there's sort of options that go across both. So the Huntress's passive tree has quite a lot of things like, you know, extra melee damage if you've done a ranged attack recently, and then it's got things like bonuses against blinded enemies because while you're in a whirling slash there's, you know,
We'll give them
so it's sort of stuff like that where we're trying to carefully think like, well, how can we come up with something that's interesting and buffs everything that you might want to be doing, you know, that kind of synergizes with the stuff that that Huntress can do. But it is honestly hard because yeah, like many categories of things only matter for, you know, one thing part of a combo. So it's just like trying to come up with categories that can somehow span all of them in different ways. And you know, ideally, you know, we can achieve that. But yeah, it is pretty hard.
Generally, yeah, you're going to become more.
They're not
niche
going
and
to
more
talk about. No,
selective
it's
because,
Perfect
again,
Excel
even
to
mixing
stream.
elemental
Come
and
on.
bleed is just probably often going to result.
You
in something
probably wouldn't
somewhat
do both
yeah.
elemental and bleed. You'd probably
Yeah.
choose one or the other. But that's why we kind of try to make sure that, like, so you've got sort of linkages between them, though, right? Because it's like, for example, the thunderous leap detonates the spears that you do from the bleed thing. So it's like kind of like the idea there is to like it changes how that
Ask
skill
about
then has a
AG
use
release
in the
date.
combo
Yeah,
with the other
yeah,
one. So
yeah.
even if that skill itself isn't doing a lot of damage, it's triggering something that's taking advantage of all the damage bonuses you got for the for your bleed stuff. So that's kind of like the idea, is just to link all that stuff in a bit so that you can use the non like directly, you know, synergistic things in a kind of more synergistic way.
Yeah, that's if you didn't see that from the earlier trailer, it's you spear them with a bunch of spears and then jump on them and explodes them for bleed. Amazing. So, but yeah, that's using an elemental skill like in another way as detonator. But and even more, you've got weapon swaps as well.
Yeah, of course. I mean, there's all those systems we already added about all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So you know, I mean, like, what will be interesting is whether or not we miss something cross-class, right? That's always a concern. Is someone will come up with some way to abuse something, you know, between something that's going on in the spear skills with some other class that we failed to consider.
Yeah, I mean, so that's it. When we look at a new class, we typically like call it like, oh, Huntress is spears, but kind of not really. It's a signature weapon, but
absolutely
nothing in the Ascendancies prescribes spears.
Exactly. So effectively, we take great pains to make sure that the Ascendancies never mentions weapon types, that there's like that they're always generalized. So for example, the like infusion mechanic in the Amazon, it just says projectiles, it doesn't say spears, and the reason it does that is so that you can make an Amazon who is a, you know, a bow user, and that's all fine. So yeah, like it's effectively like
open-ended.
It's open-ended, and honestly, like I know that Mark like does like
where did they get
it makes the constraint a lot harder for how to design.
Ziggy D is getting the questions. They were supposed to ask the questions from chat, but he doesn't have a phone there or anything. Or at least he's hiding it.
Only really, I mean, it was similar to the original PoE 1 Saboteur. It called out traps and mines, and so if you're a trap and mine character, what are you doing? Well, you could do something else, but no one else is playing that thing. You know, it isn't. It is easier to design. It is certainly less flexible and open as to what people can play in the different combinations and all that. So yeah.
How much do you have to consider the different weapons and the skills and how they interact together when you're originally designing them, or is there just literally so many possible combinations you're just like, the players will take care of that for us?
I mean, I think it is relatively impossible to come up with everything, but certainly we have to consider, like, you know, is this going to be broken with anything else in particular? And there just has to be certain rules for things about, like, you know, how easy is it to apply this debuff, how easy it is to consume this debuff, and even then, it's like, you know, we often make mistakes and have issues. So you know, I mean,
when he says relatively impossible, it is actually
actually.
But you know, I mean, yeah, I mean,
but
even just looking at the balance pass we're doing at the moment, right? I mean, there's hundreds of things like that, you know, that we still. I mean, there's things that we could never honestly understand all of the different broken things that could possibly exist, and so it's like it really does depend a lot on you know, like on seeing reports on what people are doing on some level, right? But then I think that what will happen over time is obviously, like, you know, the game's still relatively new. We're still making relatively big changes. Over time, the balance, I think, will get to the point where we no longer have these like crazy outliers to the same extent. And it should mean that we get to some sort of relative class parity. By parity, what I mean is, like, you know, people playing all the different classes rather than focusing only on a few as we get towards full release. Because, you know, right now it's obviously very skewed. Because, you know, there's certain broken things. So, you know, yeah, the balance over time, we'll get there.
It's one of the main goals and benefits of the early access is just like, let's get the balance of characters right. And yeah, this patch release was always going to have 1,000 problems, or probably 10,000 problems, you know. The next one will have half that, the next one half that, and probably eventually it's going to be down to like, here's only a few things going, you know, out of whack. There's always going to be something.
How the heck
because
you
we
will
add
see
too
them?
much content
What
for it
did
to
you
even be
hide?
controlled. Again, there are too many uniques, too many supports, too many skills, and too many other changes for any amount of people. Like you're talking about a matter of you'd have to put in like thousands and thousands of hours internally to find it and then you give it to the players. There's so many people, it's going to take literally 5 minutes. So it is. It's very beneficial. And we're lucky in that regard that we get that level of testing and feedback and on such a mass level, and especially with things like Ninja and all of that, and other people being able to see it and discuss it more openly. We're just going to be able to iterate on it even faster. But yeah, every single patch you're going to see a pretty substantial change in what's going to happen here. Yeah.
Thanks for making the broken builds. And
well, 100%.
I mean, you mentioned support gems. It's like over 100 support gems added just
People,
this patch.
shit happens. I
It's
cannot
already
make
like
either
so many, and with you doing a different weapon for each of the 16 classes.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be a lot by the time we're done. But there kind of has to be, right? Because
that's what you made it. You made this system that you need so many supports to support.
You
because
do.
otherwise it's not going to work. Like especially with this one support system, it's like, what have you guys done?
Well, I mean, look, this is why we have recommendations, and hopefully we can improve those as well and continue to get that better.
There's certainly room for the complexity to get a little bit out of control here. So the recommendeds are going to become more and more important.
Right.
So we need to make sure those are very much right.
For sure.
You must be looking to players even to find some of those recommendations down the line as well.
In some cases.
What stuff is popularly getting
But
used.
the thing with the recommendations, though, is that they can't really take into account what we've already got on the gem. So the recommendations have to be just sort of generally good, but not really take into account combos. That kind of means they're a bit more simple. Like the recommendations are going to be more simple than what you'd otherwise be doing if you're not following them.
Feels like at some point you're going to need some sort of nested recommendation system. It's like, well, I'm kind of doing bleed stuff, so you go to the sub menu for bleed recommendations.
I'm less certain about that because I kind of don't want to get into the thing of actually telling you what your build should be. That's a little different there.
Maybe like more sorting methods for the show me all the gems. Oh, because there's a lot that are only in there that are never recommended, right? At this point,
there are, there are.
It's going to be an interesting challenge you guys have set yourselves to make enough supports there. So another thing that you managed to challenge you set yourselves, and I always wonder, like, why did you do this to yourselves, was Spectres. So originally those were planned to be in for launch, but obviously Spectres are a whole can of worms. It's, hey, let's just give players access to every monster. Also, we've made so many new monsters.
Yeah.
We're talking about all the broken. There's going to be some broken in there, I promise you. And there's going to be some stuff we have to change.
I mean, they've done, but I mean, effectively, what the time between early access and this was like, okay, let's actually attempt at least to do a balance pass of this and like see if there's anything that's going to be a problem and then adjust numbers accordingly.
But now you've got to account all those support gems on all those monsters.
Yes, well, this is an interesting thing, isn't it? The support gems work. The support gems work on them, and like what the hell is that going to do?
I really like
like it's impossible to completely know.
I like
but
it
like,
more
look, I mean,
than
there's probably definitely
really
some,
well scripted.
some
It's
dark
like
secrets
funny.
lying in what kind of
really good.
support gems are going to do.
Like they're showing, they're just highlighting the shit that they're adding, shortly explaining it. It's amazing. It's like really good, and they're adding a lot of things.
But the great thing about it is we got to leverage all that work again for
this
the
is a
beast
super
taming as
weird
well.
format.
So and of course the difference there is that you also get the mods from the thing that you tamed. So that's going to be
auras, ground effects.
Yeah, exactly.
Death explosions.
No, you've got a whole nother ruckus of potential interactions. So we'll see what happens there.
We've done nice specific player versions of those things for which specifically when you tame the beast, so that they're not sitting there spamming skills in your hideout and all of that.
Good. Yes. So,
but also, like, there actually are player versions of the mods that Res can get, like, so that we can balance them if we need to.
Yeah.
Because some of that stuff would be ridiculous if you had it yourself. So basically, we still have it so it work. It mostly works the same way, but there will just be numbers tweaked to the player versions, and the same works as well for the what do you call it? The ritual sacrifice.
Headhunter,
Headhunter and stuff like that. So player versions of the monster mods for that.
Yeah, this new attention to these things is going to benefit.
This is not that they do not give any kind of information. They're just like how we came to this idea, how we came to this idea.
There's a new. Probably should let people discover it. There's a new unique charm that possesses you with a random Asmeri spirit as well, and so you get the daemons and the stats, and those technically also have player versions too. But actually, not to necessarily make things worse, to make things better, because monsters are balanced
yeah,
to fight
it's like
player life and monster life,
yeah.
not in the same universe. So actually what we've done is all the things you steal that are monsters and monster skills, like the explosions and the summoning bears and all that, we've actually specifically balanced them way up to be more effective against monster. So when you steal them, they're much more powerful, actually. Just so they're not just tickling monsters and doing 1% of their life kind of thing.
the plant
it was mentioned
like
in chat,
plant
actually,
had beta
the whole,
days,
like,
like really
Asmeri
the plant had
modifiers and
beta
things
days.
on stuff that wouldn't go. That
But the
wouldn't
whole
transfer
idea of having
over
the
with
plants
the
there,
companion
it's
system,
amazing.
surely.
This is how you do it.
No.
Yeah,
No.
that would
Seen
be
better
a
days,
little
yeah.
bit too far, perhaps a bit unhinged.
We actually had to, because this is certainly a benefit. Once you have tamed the beast, it is not tradable. And people might immediately be like, oh, so that's sad. Well, the issue is, and as much as you might want some of that, I'm sure you don't want to be carrying around a whole bunch of tame beasts in your inventory all the time. So that every single time you find a good rare, all of a sudden you have to go and...
Because the rumor that finding a rare would become a thing. Yes, exactly.
It's actually like this annoying, in order to make the most money, I have to be constantly thinking about and carrying around tame beasts.
But then we also made it so that as soon as you
in
activate
my
a
village,
beast,
they have like
then,
really good plants.
then no
I
one
really
who comes into the
I want to
instance
talk.
after
I
that is
don't
allowed
care
to
about
tame
them
it. So you can't TFT
about the
it's like a whole like,
bank
there's a lot of
services.
thinking
No
about
one
that
gives
stuff
a
in
damn.
order
I
to
want to
make
talk
it so
to the
that
person who's taking care of
no,
the plants in the
to
world.
have lost, but it is like
they look good.
I'm
They
not-
look really good.
I'm not signing up
I
for
didn't
that.
even think about that.
Yeah.
The like needing for cheat sheets and
yeah,
guides
exactly,
and stuff.
right.
Like,
And so
which
you have to be
beats are
really
worth the
careful. You have to be so
currency
careful.
this week.
And the thing is like it's like we design this thing and then think, oh, trading beasts is going to be fun, but then you realize that the horrific reality
actually
of what it will turn into. It's like, yeah, okay,
Oh,
well,
no.
you know. But yeah, at least we're thinking about that kind of thing. Like with more experience that we have now, early, so that we don't.
We've
Sort
been
of run
No,
over
I know
it
that
before.
like I
Exactly.
went to the plant,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
touched it. It's not plastic.
I'm glad we've
It's like
learned from
they're really
past
alive.
issues with that sort of trading.
Yeah.
Fantastic. So, talking about some of the other new skills, we had the addition of the rower, which was teased quite some time ago, I think.
Yes.
But you've got it in and working now, and it looks
Yes.
like it's moving around pretty good.
Yes.
and It's obviously... you've got like a big downside. If you get knocked off at heavy stun and stuff, you can't use melee from it, so it's for ranged attacks.
Yeah.
But it does seem like one of those things that it's going to be like everyone's going to use or no one's going to use because it's a clear speed machine.
It is a concern. I mean, look, my ideal situation is that you're using
That's
it
not
sometimes
me.
and not using it other times. Like, if you're using it like during clear, I think it will, like you will definitely want to, but we want to just make sure that we've got like sort of fun things like that, and like it's just a cool fantasy.
The
Like,
legs,
there's stuff like that that I
no,
just
it's
want
not
to get
me,
in,
it's
and
not
it's like
me.
look, if it doesn't work later, if we have to nerf
It's
it,
on
I
the
mean, sure, I
internet.
suppose. But like I want something like that to exist. We believe that it is
The man and their legs. I
balanced
don't
as much as we can. As much as we can.
You sound very confused.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's balanced. It's balanced. It's balanced.
Well,
Yeah.
as I said earlier, you can probably
Yeah.
get builds that get to the point of parrying indefinitely. So you can. That means in theory
Yeah.
you can probably get to the point of riding
Sure.
a rower indefinitely.
Sure,
right?
sure.
Again, enough evasion and enough
Yep.
stagger speaking into and all of that.
Yeah.
Well, fundamental question actually. Like, what's its move speed based on? Its own move speed?
The move speed is just your move speed. Like
Oh, it's got-
but it's
but without the penalty.
But what you don't get is the penalty for when you
of
attack.
course.
Yeah.
That's the
Yeah,
thing. But it's funny. It's funny though because like even though it doesn't have a move speed bonus, it feels like you're motoring when you're using it, just because of the fact you don't get that downside
Yeah.
anymore. Like you feel like the fastest thing on the planet.
It is.
When you're doing.
Yeah, there are other like more mechanical benefits like. It's considered a companion, which is a kind of
Move speed is a move speed.
subclass of
Yeah, guys,
minion
we
that we've
learned
added, where
something
you can
from
only
this
have one of
interview.
each one companion base is a keystone for another, but you can only have one of each type. So like you can have a tame
So
beast
amazing,
and a
so
roller
much
with a
information.
keystone.
Oh, right, yeah.
But inherently you can only have one companion.
Right, so you can't use a tamed beast if you're using the road.
And then there are heaps of passives for like if you have a companion, like companions while they're in your presence and all that kind of stuff. Heaps of that stuff around the bottom of the tree.
Yeah, I saw you guys remade the minion damage is player damage node on the tree. It's you companion damage nodes become player damage nodes. And I was like, oh, that looks like
yes,
I'm gonna
that
take
too.
that.
Well, that's so that's the like companion where it's like more the mercenary over to
Thanks so much for following.
Ranger, Huntress
What
is
you've
more
you've
like,
learned that there's
you want your
movement
one
speed?
powerful minion, and benefiting that benefits you, and you benefit it, and there's that
Yeah.
synergy between you and your companions.
So since it is a companion, I like the idea of like balance-wise. Maybe it ends up being that you like map clearing on rollback, and then you get to the boss and you dismount like old school mounted knights who charge into battle and then dismount and fight.
Yep.
So if it ends up like that, that seems like that would be a pretty cool balance for it.
that should be the best way to use it, I believe.
Yeah, because then you gain access to your dodge roll for the boss fight where you need it.
Yeah.
And does the roller then kind of do a bit when you're not on it?
It can attack, but I mean, it's not exactly a huge damage source or anything.
It's
like
certainly better to stay at ranged. It's not the most durable of birds, for sure.
But it acts as a distraction. Maybe
It's
You use
a
some
minion,
good.
right? Like
I'm
it
not
attacks
happy.
minions
I'm
and
like,
stuff.
Yeah, you can support it with minion supports to make it more durable and all of that. So.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, there's the one that's like the minion takes 10% of the damage before you do. So sacrificial bird.
Yeah, true.
Poor little guy. So that sounds. I'm looking forward to playing around with that one then. Speaking of new content, 100 new uniques this time. So how many are you aiming for? Kind of in general, is this about really like filling that roster
Well,
out?
we want to have every base type have a unique for the purposes of chance.
Outside of boss uniques.
Outside of boss uniques, we want every base type to have to have a unique that you can chance. And so that was the eventual goal. One of the things, of course, that we had that was sort of a problem in early access is that because of the way, because when we were designing uniques, we kind of designed them like in order from base type up, just literally because that's the way that like spreadsheets are arranged. It's like we ended up with all the low level uniques first, kind of before the high ones, and it was kind of it's like we didn't see that mistake coming. Like it was kind of stupid because
we thought we'd get
we thought we'd get through them all, right? We were like,
so.
okay, we'll get all the uniques, and so we designed them all. It's like, okay, we'll start working on the art, just go down the list. So then we're like, oh crap, now we don't have very many in-game uniques. This time we're like, okay, we really need to make sure that in-game uniques are a thing. There's way more of them. So the focus really is on making sure there's lots of cool stuff to find. Lots of really chase things that you can get. It's not.
So you discovered the sort order changing in the
spreadsheet.
spreadsheet.
It does help. Effectively, like you should. This should be a lot better, and like there's lots of cool stuff there.
And we're just gonna keep going with that.
Yeah,
by the way,
of course.
100 now, 100 later, 100 next. Just
Day
keep going
forward,
until
like
well, kind of honestly, we never really stop making uniques. Like
Yeah.
especially anyone familiar with Path of Exile 1's history, is every single expansion since the dawn of time has had new uniques added to it. So there's a lot there, and there's going to be a lot here eventually as well.
So then let's talk about the idea of like players seeing a unique and be like, 1x, that's not very good. What do you guys want uniques to be in Path of Exile 2? Like, how powerful should they be? What should they be aiming to do? And how should they affect the rares in that slot?
I mean, it's always a tension because we want rares to still matter. Like, we don't want just your character to be just only full of uniques. So it really is like the role can evolve. So at the start of the game, they're really supposed to be more about that. The earlier game uniques are supposed to do two things. One of them is when you find them, they should be powerful for a little while.
Yeah.
But then also they have a some kind of combo thing that you might be able to do with them at end game. But we don't always know exactly what that might be. Like, I mean, we've got sort of ideas, obviously, but it's like we don't necessarily design them to say, okay, this unique definitely has like an in-game build that's going to be actually strong to do with it. And that's because you're kind of putting in things where, later on some other mechanic might come along or something might happen, and then people find an interesting interaction, and that's when the unique kind of comes into its own. And I mean, that's the same as like magic card design philosophy, that kind of stuff. You just put in like kind of weird stuff and sort of, maybe
I
find
don't get
something.
it.
But obviously it can mean that like, when people see a new
9
unique,
out of 10
they dismiss it. But then one day they might also be paying vast amounts for it if it becomes a meta build. So, but I feel like a game has to have that stuff in it in order to feel like there's lots of interesting ways to experiment, because like, it's like the feeling of being the first person to discover some new interaction is an amazing thing. And then when people see something that like feels smart, and it's like, if we don't have uniques that just take chances
I'm wondering,
and do
do
weird
they
shit, we'll never have that kind of stuff happen.
With having a
so,
build
when we're
each
designing
time,
a
when
unique,
having
we
like a
don't
build
think
in
about
mind,
what's the
or they
value
create
gonna be.
uniques, they just put
We're
some
not
cool
even
things
coming
together
out of
and
it
they
going like,
see
this is
and
going
they
to be really
think like what the
expensive, or
community
this is
will
going to
come
be
out.
really
Well, in
cheap.
some
Like,
cases,
What will happen?
Well,
You
so
knew what you were doing with that
will
Herald
use this
unique.
unique for?
Nah, I don't remember. It's more of the charm and but that's the thing.
Yeah,
are
the
you
fact
aiming
that
for
they're only bad uniques makes
honestly,
me think that
someone
they are
said the other day, they were
literally
like, a
putting
successful unique is one
stats
that
there
should be
randomly,
divisive. And I was
and
like,
they're like,
I agree.
maybe the
for the
community
most
will come
part,
up with
but
something
not every unique should fill
out
that
of
role.
it.
Some should just
Yeah, I
be
understand it's
clearly,
kind of crazy,
this is
but
powerful,
you
I
have
want it
so
for
many
sure.
uniques, and
This
I
is going
don't
to be on my
see
build.
Chase.
And
how
others are like, what can I do with this?
actually there are people
now?
who are
And
like
then
in the
others are
company
just
who
like,
actually
we don't know
sit
if
and like
anyone's going to do
design
anything
those
with this.
uniques
Throw it
with a
in.
build
And
in
sometimes
mind,
it doesn't get
or
anything happen
they
with it
just
for 3
literally
years.
put random shit together.
But we don't know that necessarily. It's like, let's just take an experiment and throw it in there and let the players figure that out.
Yeah, I feel like you're with a lot of these uniques, you're designing a question. You're just like, I'm going to put something that's a little weird. Maybe someone will figure that out.
Well, I think as Trishi called it, it's a puzzle piece, right?
Yeah.
It's just a piece in the puzzle. You put it there, and maybe someone will complete the puzzle or half of it. Maybe not. And then others where it's just like, yeah, this is powerful. Like,
I mean,
have
there
it.
are definitely some chase uniques in this. In this
Yeah,
situation.
100%.
Like, oh, definitely. Yeah.
So on chase uniques, then we've obviously had some like pretty crazy ones so far. Where do they want to be in terms of like how hard they are to get for players? Because at that point, you do need to consider like how expensive they end up being.
It's really tricky. So whenever we're looking, so if there's a unique that's broken, I guess there's two responses, right? One of them is make it rare enough that you only get the brokenness after the point when you're at the point where you're supposed to get that, right?
Yeah.
Which is to say, like, you know, post pinnacle boss type,
You
like
win.
level of character
Yes.
development, right? And then the other response would be nerf the actual unique, and it honestly is a case by case. Like, you know, so I think that like Temporalis, for example, actually got nerfed in both ways. The actual unique was nerfed a little bit, I believe, although I don't believe it's maybe as much as what players might expect. But then also you've got okay, whatever. But also we have made that one rarer.
It's still pretty crazy.
Oh,
in
it's
the
still
rise.
crazy for sure,
Yes.
for sure. But the thing is like you want to chase stuff, right? So therefore you don't want to just go nerfing everything into the ground the moment that it's good. So therefore that one becoming rarer, I think, was the right answer there, because it was way too common. Just due to the
We had also the issues with like I mean, there were three real issues. One is darkness at one point bypassed honor loss. So all of a sudden a no-hit run, it wasn't a no-hit run.
Yeah.
You had guard bypass on a loss, so once again a no-hit run is not a no-hit run. And then there was just like, well, how can anything hit you if you can kill literally everything on your screen in one frame, right? So those three problems, and so as the balance issue of not everything surviving for more than one frame due to a subset of builds, and those other two things go away, it becomes a lot rarer in itself. That it is much harder to acquire, require like very specific and ideally high skill gameplay. And then there's just like, well, it also was just too common, the relic that yielded it.
I mean, the expectation was that, because this is a hard challenge, most of the time when people try, they will fail. But the reality is once you get the ability to do it, you just trade for that thing and get it every time.
Yeah.
So that's kind of meant that the rarity kind of didn't work like we thought. And, now that should be better in both ways.
Again, for the PoE 1 players comparison, like it was far more common than Original Sin. Which was the same role in PoE 1's version of the Sanctum, just to give us some sort of comparison.
It's just much easier to actually reliably do it.
And it shouldn't have been that much more common.
Right.
Yeah, gotcha. So crafting really surprised me. You guys announced, I thought we'd maybe get like one little thing, maybe you'd do something with essences or something, but we've got essences coming out a lot more, it looks like. You've got, because you're violent, you can
so
into
greater
graders
essences
now?
greater essences are going to be much easier to get. One thing we didn't mention in the video is that like omens are way more common, because I believe you made the change that there's an omen in every
2.5 times more common, I think.
than every thing. So like you've got stuff like that. Like we certainly knew that we needed to do more with what crafting stuff, and so we're kind of like, well, let's just make sure we're at least adding 3 or 4 things, like new things to. And,
every ritual will now have at least one omen in the window.
Amazing.
So you can know upon finishing a ritual, you're like, what is the omen I'm going to get, and hope it's a good one. And
love it.
Maybe most often it's not, but
But yeah, the greater essences, obviously, the Varlorb thing makes it much more common. There's more sources of them with the map and everything like that. So that'll be happening more. And then, of course, there's the improvements to things like the runes. We've got higher level mods that you can get from them. There's like a ton more runes. There's like, we just wanted to expand the set, and having the kind of like, the niche mods that you can get and craft onto things, like it just needed more options. And it's sort of interesting because like some people say, oh, you don't have crafting in PoE 2 because we don't have a crafting bench. But it's like we actually have a huge number of crafting options, and the crafting being good kind of comes down to like how many of these kind of weird systems are there and how they can interact. But we just have to be really careful because you don't want to get to the point where ground items no longer matter. Like and I think PoE 1 kind of basically did get to that point for various reasons, where like people aren't caring about what's on the ground nearly as much. So we still want to make sure with every change we're making that they still use the ground stuff, that you're still excited for things on the ground, and so that's like a really careful balancing act, because they do directly contravene each other. Like the better stuff you can craft, the less important the ground stuff is. So it's a really sort of subtle balancing act. But I think that the stuff we've added here will definitely push things in a way where you feel like there's more smart things that you can do to kind of improve your stuff.
Yeah, well, I think done right, and what you're doing is making sure that the ground items do matter with each of these crafting systems. So
exactly.
You had that fundamental change where you can't just turn an item back into a white item.
Exactly, and that's very important. One of the biggest ones, I think, and that kind of then unlocks the ability to do more. And so the great thing about the socketables as a crafting system is that they don't compromise the ground at all, because they don't, they're on top of the stuff that you can get on the ground. So that's very good. But when it comes to the kind of the base mods, we do want to retain, that an item has. We do want to retain, for the most part, the kind of thing of that part of the item generation is random. It's just that, it's just that on top of that, you get the more deterministic things that you can add in addition to. And then when you do it that way, it works really well. So socketables work really well as a crafting system for that reason.
Well, so on that topic, we've had this. Talking to you, it's like you're always saying to me that this rune system is our crafting bench, but players don't keep asking for a bench anyway.
Right.
So obviously there's like a branding issue or a functionality gap.
It is funny, because I was actually saying the other day that if we had literally had that system be identical, except that the way it was themed was that there's a crafting bench you go to and craft extra mods on the items, which literally be functionally the same, I think, and required materials that are effectively the runes that you get. Then I feel like people would be thinking that we've got a crafting bench. But yeah, ultimately that is that the rune system, the socketables are what replaced the crafting bench in the PoE 1 style crafting bench.
And I guess it must have also been with that initial kind of output of them was just not as many options as
100% as well. So that is the issue, and that's because they were relatively late in development. So now we're just sort of expanding that, and we'll continue to add more socketables probably with every release, right? We'll add more categories of them, or do different things. It's like expanding the kind of type of mods, because there is a thing where it's the more in the base mod pool for items, there can only be things that are really fundamental, and so anything that's kind of out there, we don't want to put in the base mod pool, because then you end up with this sort of situation where you get items that have got random shit you don't care about. The crafting is where you want to have all of the kind of stuff that's very build specific. And so adding more mods to that pool so that you can do that is the right idea.
Why is it that you can't socket and rune some things, like non-attack weapons, for example?
Well,
it was more just a choice for asymmetry, where we just wanted these things to feel different. There was also just a little bit of in the future, we'll add some system where we can do something else there. And so just not having everything be completely identical. Much like how, the quality on those weapons works differently, where it affects the skill as opposed to just, base damage.
I do think it is something that we should be probably looking into sooner rather than later, though.
Because the asymmetry things, it's good to have not everything be super homogenous, but because we're talking about the importance of it being that extra layer of control over your items, which you just don't have if you're doing spellcaster.
Maybe we'll add an Arcanist's bench and theme it that way for those
okay.
ones.
All right, you forced my hand. I have to bring this up now. Can we get some sort of cohesive, all-in-one bench for disenchanting, salvaging, selling for gold, Arcanist benching at endgame? I get in the campaign having these things be separate, but at endgame, it's much clicky.
You're not happy enough with them just being next to each other, putting them next to each other, and
no.
All right. Well, that's all right. I'll think about that one.
Okay, good. I've planted the seeds at least.
Okay.
Done my part.
All right.
There's ways.
Max, there's ways. I like the sounds of that.
Well, at least for endgame,
that's
I don't want the world to not feel like it makes sense.
Absolutely.
So,
But
having it that you can just
you've got your hideout where they're all
it would have to be a hideout related thing.
Yeah.
That makes sense. I mean, people are putting their NPCs within each other's personal space anyway, so
yeah.
the law goes out the window at that point.
For sure.
So we've also got Fractured, crafted via an orb from the cleansed monsters. How rare are those?
How do you quantify rarity like that? They drop from the monsters. I can't remember the exact number, but I think I was kind of saying one per biome, which is the kind of total blob of cleansed monsters. But then that obviously does get affected by things like pack size and all that on top of that.
Is that 5 maps or something?
Well, it depends on how many of them you kill as corrupted. Yeah,
Because
because the ones you
yeah, there's
didn't
something wrong
didn't
on
that
your
you didn't
side. That is like not very
cleanse
loud.
while you were getting to the Nexus, those are the ones that then become cleansed. So you kind of have to choose, like, when you go into a biome, am I going to beeline straight for the Nexus and then cleanse everything, or am I going to just fight them all as corrupted to get the rewards from that? So you're kind of choosing one reward or the other based on what you decide to run.
Okay, so you can kind of leave the Nexus for last if you want to.
Yes, if you want to
use it to try and get more fractured orbs.
Well, it's the other way around. Do Nexus first, then it cleanses all the maps, and then now you can get the most chance at fractured orbs, or you can fight them corrupted before going to the Nexus if you want to get the rewards that the corrupted maps have.
And we have for example, the corrupted bosses have their own uniques now.
Yeah, so you're gonna want
There's a bunch of new modifiers and how they. So there's like random corrupted strongbox.
But yeah, they're kind
things
of
and all that
losing
stuff.
the
So
people.
you
with
kind
this.
of really are like, I'm gonna,
But
have a
people
look
want to
at
get the
mods.
drop.
I like this. I'm gonna do this.
We'll
then
do
this,
some
then
up,
this, then
guys.
the Nexus, and then I'm
We'll
gonna
do
do the
some
rest
up.
cleansed.
Does the cleansed boss have its own uniques as well?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay.
It does have. It guarantees a fractured orb though as well.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
So you can get the boss.
So and you'll display if you hover over the map and it says like contains, I can't remember his name. Then you run it and kill it, you will get a fractured orb. So at least you know that will drop.
Of
Yeah.
So,
But there are also
with
the
fractured
you are
orbs
getting the
being away
drops. The
fracturing,
drops
that's
is
obviously super
important.
powerful for crafting. Are there any fractured items dropping pre-fractured? I quite liked that.
I think we went with no in the end.
Yeah,
we
not
were going to do
currently.
it, but then we decided not to. But we might do it later.
Yeah. So
There is a
next
chance
round
they
on,
have
is there a
some problems
particular
with the
reason
sound,
for it or
have they?
thought process for that?
There just kind of wasn't anything that really fit that exactly. I think
At some point, you'll want some new thing to
Yeah,
go in
probably.
that, like this.
Yeah,
This feels
personally,
right
I
there.
would rather just drop more orbs, honestly, and let people choose how they want to use them.
I like it from the perspective of dropped items matter. Like when you're
yeah,
seeing
but
a rare,
they kind
and
of
then you're
already
like,
do.
"Ooh."
They kind of do here anyway because
they do,
like
because they use
because
it.
you need that
Yeah.
as the thing of the fracture.
makes
So it's
sense.
kind of not necessary, I think. Yeah.
There's other little subtle things, like for example, the cleansed monsters within cleansed maps can't drop equipment as a little thing. So they have much higher. Obviously, they're dropping things more
As
like
of
waystones, tablets,
1.5 hour
currency.
ago.
They don't get to drop any of the armor or anything. So they're more like currency sources. As like an interesting
Yeah,
subtle thing.
if you want more currency, then play cleansed maps.
You know,
So we're gonna have a lot more essences, a lot more omens, potentially the ability to get fractured, recombination with the new, more accessible at low and mid tier
design
recombination.
4.0. Yeah.
This is yes, recombination's certainly undergone some changes. This is a huge leap forwards compared to 0.1's crafting.
For sure.
So was it just about that you had to establish that really like humble baseline for crafting so that you could then go crazy with it like this?
Honestly, I mean, look, on some level, it can just be, like you need an economy. You need to see how things evolve. We just don't want to do too much at once. I mean, although this may seem like quite a lot. I mean,
It does, yeah.
but the thing is like, but in terms of the initial system, it's like if we'd have had all that at the start,
Yeah.
I think that we wouldn't have been like, we'll put it this way: it is hard to take the stuff away, so that's why we
Yeah.
have to be a little bit careful as we do this.
Yeah, I guess you needed to kind of assess the fundamental things like the no scours, the no
Yeah,
bolts
100%,
and stuff like that as well, because then you can have a better idea of how to build off that, which I'm super excited for. Crafting.
But of course, and if
actual
you know
crafting.
us, like more, there'll be more. There's always going to be more.
Oh yeah.
so.
Oh, you gotta have a new craft for every league, right? That's how it is these days.
Oh, yes.
I expect a crafting system for every league. Thank
Yep,
you.
something like that.
That's somewhat actually our intention. So
yeah.
I love it. Love it. Perfect. So
I'm
let's
not
talk about
sure that I
Endgame
love
then,
it.
'cause that had some humble origins as well with the initial implementation of PoE2's Endgame. Obviously trying some new things, being a bit experimental, not necessarily just wanting to copy PoE1's Endgame. But how far of your vision was 0.1's Endgame? Was it what you want?
I would say that the main problem that we had is there wasn't enough overlapping axes of randomness, as we call them, where effectively you need to have it so that when you go into a map, there's just chances for random shit occurring, and then that random shit like might happen alongside some other random shit, and then now the thing together is like a new scenario. So I mean, effectively, yeah, exactly, right. So let's like if you look at what we actually added here in terms of like encounters, if you will, whatever that means to you, like we've added kind of more than 40, probably something approaching 50 encounters. And that's
obviously
like
got
if
the new
you count
Aquila.
things like each rogue exile is a separate one, and each spirit's a different one, and things like that, right? So those are the things. But
Oh yeah, you
the big
want.
difference
You
between the
really
ones
want
we
to
had before
venture
and the ones
out
we
of
have
Sorc
now is
battle,
that
but they're
most
not
of
gonna
these
add it.
ones can overlap with
Never.
other things. So you have a situation where you've got
New
the
Aquila.
Asmeri Wisp that like happens to infect the unique boss of the area, and then that leads to a combat situation that you haven't had to deal with before. Or then like you've got some essence thing that or like, oh crap, that like this other
The
wisp
ropes
like
are there.
caused the the
we are
thing to
dropping
turn
the
into a boss
drops,
that then,
guys.
you know, like
This
it's
is
just
the
like
new
it's all that stuff
cooler.
combining, or like, you know, what happens
The
when
new
this goes
cooler
with
is
the, you know, with the
waiting
new
for other
strongbox, and
parts.
it's like all that combining stuff, and that's what leads to the situation where you've got an exponential explosion of like possible combat situations, and then sometimes you just
That's
run
what I
into
was
stuff that
thinking,
you've
by the
never
way.
seen before because of that, because of this combined in some interesting way, and that's something that definitely PoE 1 has got very well because it's got so many of these things that have been added over time, and it's also something that we took care to make sure that each league specifically did.
No druid, no
So
followers.
what PoE
New
2 lacked was, I
ascendancies,
think,
got
that.
it.
And so that will
Charm
mean, I think, that the end games overall
update,
just much
no.
more engaging.
New
Now, obviously, we're going to be
cosmetics,
adding more
got
content
it.
and, you know, more of the other stuff, but
Bosses
fundamentally,
for
it's like it
every
wasn't enough.
map,
It was specifically
no,
more of that
but there is a
type
new map
of
with
stuff that we
bosses.
needed to do. And honestly, I don't think we've even got enough
Kinda
yet. Like, we
currency
want
drop
even
rates
more.
they did,
Like,
but
we'll
not
keep on
not
adding that
everywhere.
stuff, but it needed to become a focus, and I think part of the reason is that
See all rare
like
mobs
when
in
you're
maps, no.
like
Crafting
when we were
system
first working
changes,
on the end
yep.
games, right? It's like we need to come up with the big ticket items.
More
right?
than
Like,
one
what are
death
the,
in the
you know,
maps,
the league things, or
yep.
like the maps, and, you know,
Delve,
like, we need to
no.
come up with all that stuff. And
Bestiary,
so
like
it's the
with-
little detaily
it
kind
is
of
the
things
kind of
that kind of
bestiary,
a little
no?
bit, you know, require a bit more
With the
like
monsters.
time and stuff to work on. Even though they're actually like relatively efficient
Still
to make. Like, we can
city
make a lot of
building,
them
I
when we do
can
actually
keep
sit down and design them because they, you know,
brain
like making a new
about
strongbox.
on
Like,
this.
sure, it's like it's work, but it doesn't take like
There was
that
a
long. If you know what I
no,
mean?
new
But it
acts,
is,
no. Trial
you know,
changes,
but it
no.
is that stuff that really adds all the
Not
flavor and kind
too
of interest. So
much.
we'll just be continuing to do that through the game.
Not
I mean, even
too much.
yesterday we were having a conversation about like making it so more of the maps, even just like regular maps, have more interesting just little things that happen in them and
Oh,
stuff
yeah.
like that.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
like more like what the campaign has.
Love
I have some
so you know, we
impatience
haven't like
here.
got there yet, but like as through early access, we'll definitely be just like introducing more of those little details everywhere, so that you get the interesting things happening.
Yeah, so a bit like those exploration mechanics.
It's a big
in
win for me. It's
campaign.
100%,
amazing. It's
yeah,
God
exactly.
shit.
That's
Level
just, we just
God
want to make
shit.
sure that you feel
I
that
never
same
thought
way
we'd
through the
end
end game as well.
That's
And
actually
with the
so
leagues
smart.
as well.
Smart.
Yeah.
They're doing like low
like,
level maps.
There's really only so
Possible.
much
On the
randomness
high level
that
maps,
can
it's
occur
not.
within a
Fuck,
breach in a
it's
map, and so
amazing.
they
Yeah.
will end
Smart.
up feeling ultra repetitive. Whereas, and again, in PoE 1, you had the boss that could spawn occasionally. You had 5
Yeah.
different factions.
You have to
know,
stay in the
things like
channel
that,
for
and
2 hours.
It is
Exactly.
very much our intention to expand on all the leagues, to have way more random things occurring.
82%, guys.
Bosses
Cold.
spawning, whatever else.
But we're gonna
you know,
do.
I
We're
have
gonna
a whole
try to
set,
do a
I don't
little
wanna
sum
spoil
up.
them all
Okay,
yet, 'cause that's
after.
a whole later thing. But
So keep holding.
definitely want to expand on all that. You know, even Expedition only has the one boss. It
I
had
think what allows
4
if you will
in
stay
the
after,
predecessor.
also,
you
I
know,
think
like
it will
we
keep
need to
going.
get back to having all of that depth and all of combat and all of those mechanics, and it'll help hugely, while also making sure we're adding new ones, of course. But what we definitely have learned is that our minimum standard for new ones is going to have to, it should include all of these things from the get-go.
Right.
Otherwise we're just signing ourselves up for like, here's 1,000 things we need to improve.
Right.
It'd be nice to actually get some of them finished. So that's going to be a goal going forward for sure.
But I think it's like it is where our type of design shines, because like adding content is no longer a process of like, you know, we work on a thing and then the players get to play, you know, like it gets into a situation where like adding content has more value than just the content itself. It like, because it adds to everything else too, and so that kind of makes it feel like the world gets like larger in much larger proportion than what you have. And so like, you know, it's an n squared thing where like, you know, the square of all the stuff
there is
we
a
add.
moment.
So that, like basically it'll feel like it's ramping up in terms of interest as we add more content, rather than just feeling like you're just continuing like rather than every league feeling like you just add the same amount. It'll feel like it gets even bigger each time.
Yeah, like when you add Asmeri Wisps, that's not just about adding that.
we
It
get an
interacts with all
export?
the
No.
other things that already exist that it can
Exactly.
go ahead and affect. So that's tackling one of the, ultimately, I think the biggest things is just that like the core basic mapping of running an empty map was boring, and that's never
No,
what you
but
want
as a
to do.
Sorc guys, but I
Um,
have like
so, like,
absolutely different feeling.
Some of the issues there, I guess, as well, that were
I don't have
exacerbated by that
like
problem
I'm
was the
saying
fact that
like
the maps were
they
so
are
big and that there were so many of them.
presentation by
Obviously, that's
Path
getting
of
a lot
Exile
better with the
made
maps
really
themselves
well.
becoming much more interesting.
But Q&A, I kind of
but
I don't. I
it seems
really
like
don't
this
get
corruption
it.
and
It is,
cleansing
like,
mechanic is
they do
breaking
1.5
up and
hours
giving you
Q&A
something to
at this
progress
point.
through as you move towards the next
And they do
tower
not
or
ask.
next
They do
boss
not
or
answer
next other
questions.
mechanic. I mean, I guess there's always something on your screen that you're pushing towards. It looks
Right.
like.
Well, we want to try.
Yeah,
and
before they give a
honestly, I
lot
don't
more
even think we're
information,
even quite there
exactly.
yet.
And
Like,
their Q&A
we
is
really
like
want to make it so
question
that you
answer.
feel like there's
Next
lots
one.
of
Next one.
quests, as it were, in in-game. Like not necessarily directly in the form of like
I
here is a
don't
quest
get
objective,
it
but like
at
but
all.
you sort of have this feeling of like there's
Especially
like
when
different
you
stuff
have,
that you're
like,
you feel like there's a thing, you know, like
yeah.
exactly right. You
bound
need
to
ideally
this
like every time you do one of
drop.
those, it's like there's another one just on the horizon
Exactly.
that you're
Yeah.
thinking about. So yeah, if we can achieve that, then we'll have succeeded. But yeah, it'll need to keep adding stuff, right? Like just more and more things, because
Yeah,
obviously
they are
you know,
more
you need
packed
to have
with
enough
relevant
just
information. But they
core
did this
there to
whole
be
this
able to get to the
presentation, like
point of it
this
doesn't feel like
video,
you're repeating
like
the same thing
half
over
an
and
hour
over again as
scripted.
well.
It's
It
really
seemed
well
like
made.
this like
It's
explorable world
godly
map
made.
thing that you did.
This shit is packed with relevant information,
Endgame,
even
being,
with
like,
way more
looking
than
like a
T4.
physical actual map.
This is way, but
was
this
really
part is
wanting us
way
to
better than
explore,
T4
but
presentation.
There wasn't really much of that, so you kind
Yeah,
of.
well, I mean, ideally
But
we can. It's just, it's just
Q&A,
about
the
content, really,
Q&A
at that
the
point.
other way
We're
around.
looking to add more
Sorry guys,
and
but
more, we'll keep on
Diablo
adding more,
4 is
but
doing
this-
better
this-
Q&A.
Yeah, and Zero
Diablo 4 is
I
like
think,
they're
goes a long way
legit
to improve
questions.
that.
Okay,
So with the corruption mechanic now, you're
because
gonna see
Diablo
some
4 right
corruption
now
on
would be
mapping and
answering
whatnot
where is the
there
druid,
because it's a system,
and they
that
would
you
say,
interact
yeah,
with.
yeah, we're working on
Sure,
it, it's
skill
coming, but
points.
they would
Yes,
answer
yes.
this.
So you're unlocking skill points from that, which means you're unlocking more of the Atlas
So
tree earlier on.
Your first Nexus, you have to run at a tier 1 map. And
But it's just for the
it will
fans.
drop
Okay,
2
I
skill
get
point-
it. I
it'll
totally
give
get
you
it,
two
get
first
it.
2 skill
But you
points.
bound the drop
And
to
then
this.
you're like, all right, where's my next Nexus? That's where I'm going for my next 2. And then your next one, and you have to do them 1 tier higher every time. So the second one you go to at tier 2 to get your skill points and so on and so forth.
It's
And
not just
that's it.
it's not just grind 10 maps.
Yeah, that was terrible.
good. I love it.
So yeah, it is very much like let's go and clear these corrupted Nexus, and then it's like, well, and there's the whole mechanic around it. But yeah, if you want to just like I want to get my points as fast as possible, just go Nexus to Nexus to Nexus and get
Well,
as
this
many as
is,
you
like,
can.
weird.
If you're like, oh,
Really
I can't
weird.
see any Nexus, maybe go to a tower to reveal more, and then which you're doing way less frequently, mind you. Thank goodness.
Yes.
But yeah, it's a lot more objective driven as
everyone has
opposed to
flaws.
just again random grind and random exploration. There's at least, and you should be seeing a pretty decent chunk of unique maps.
I was going to ask, yeah.
I call them
It's
unique
funny,
maps.
it's funny because I was pointing out to Matt the other day that the distinction between a unique map and a normal, like there is no distinction anymore. We shouldn't even look at it that way. Like it should be that every map is like unique in some sense.
There's not a unique.
You know,
map
there's not a
system.
unique
We have
map.
an
Yeah,
icon.
exactly.
We do have an icon for it because they are kind of in a different echelon. But yes, technically, unique map is a
Lizard,
name
which you
that's a holdover
talked, I
from
like
tier
Yeah,
this.
because
one.
I
you
like
can
this.
use mods with them with Waystones anyway,
these-
so it doesn't. There's no actual
True.
reason for a unique to be any different than a normal map.
You can craft
It's
it
just,
and enhance it.
it
and
really
juice
just
it.
it really just comes down to how rare they are relative to other things, right? So
And how rare are they? How like
I mean,
maybe
again,
in
so hard to
terms of
explain.
player screen.
yeah, I mean, look, as I said, I think
How many
that
screens?
How many? I had the numbers. I just don't remember them.
well, I mean, as I said, they should be common enough that you feel like there's always some kind of objective you're excited about on the screen, right?
Honestly, more common than I was initially comfortable with, and then after trying it, I was like, okay, actually, this is like, this is reasonable. So
Yeah, I feel like you initially probably want them to be common enough that you're like almost getting tired of those map layouts, so then you're incentivized to add more.
The good thing is, by the way, by adding more here, we didn't just keep them the same commonality as the 2 that existed.
Yep.
Like they are just more common. It's not like the reason. Part of the reason it wasn't as common before is because there was only 2, and that would have just been repetitive and boring. One of the other restrictions is that like the Vault of Kamasa was restricted to the Val City biome, so to speak, and that was one of the Citadel biomes. That's like one of the rarest and latest,
Yes.
So it's like we've not only made that more common within that biome, but a lot of the new ones, in fact, all of the new ones aren't restricted to those city biomes, and thus they are appearing more frequently. And some of them are like, oh, you want deserts because they give you the essence map, or you want the mountain because they can give you this and that, So like, ideally, there's a little bit of just like you see the edge of a desert, and you're like, oh my god, please.
Yes. Okay. So that's what I was going to say. This like idea of exploration is like I felt there needed to be something biomes where like you're actually pushing into a biome because there's that one node that like affected your drops slightly, but obviously that's not much.
The one that was the Shattered Lakes, for example, as you can probably imagine, only spawns in the water biome. And so there's a little bit of like, and so does Untainted Paradise, and so does one other. So there are actually 3 special maps that can spawn only in the water. So go to the water.
And otherwise, how easy is it to find? You said there was an icon. Obviously, you kind of have an idea of what biomes. Is it like also something that's pretty visually
there's art there,
spottable on the map?
So the
That
when we
looks
looked at
interesting.
when we looked at with the megaliths, which had all the storm and lightning, well, on the map it has a bunch of storm and lightning. So
Cool.
yes.
That's
See the
awesome.
chat. Chat
Cute.
is funny.
That's great. So we mentioned the Atlas passive tree.
I don't see- I see
and
only English
you're-
comments and
Seemingly,
Russian
I think
comments.
you're getting better
It's so weird.
progression of that. But definitely an issue
Ah,
I
no,
had with
Taco
it personally
KS
was that it
also
felt
in
very
Spanish.
top heavy, both for the core one and also especially for the league mechanics, where like the league mechanics you don't get points until you kill the bosses, which to me feels like the end of it for most players.
That kind of was the original pitch of that, and I wouldn't say that's really changing here, but there is more we want to do with that, and I think that it could be made better, but 020 isn't getting a change there, to that side. But in terms of the actual core atlas, it definitely is. You know, like you're getting that earlier. There's more. It's a bigger tree. There's more interesting stuff.
There's subtle changes to getting them in the sense that, like, for example, the difficulty 0 pinnacle bosses are way lower life.
Well, that's actually
now.
good. That's actually a very good point. So yes, difficulty 0 is now like half the life that it had before, and so that's like a pretty substantial
difficulty
change.
4 is currently the same,
Yeah.
as what it was before. So
Wasn't
it's same
Kingston?
top end, but like easy, more accessible for more people at the bottom end.
Right.
And then also because of, like, you know, due to the reliquary key working the way it does, all pinnacle
I will
bosses can
get
drop
you,
all
stupid
uniques
drop.
and all
I will
difficulties
get
except
you.
they are like substantially less common
I
at difficulty
will
0, but you feel
do
way
it.
less bad for running them at that point now.
Right.
So again, it's just
Like,
opening that up to a lot more people
just
to
say
farm, and
it.
it's not so much
Like,
dependent
yeah,
on if you
went
build
through it.
difficulty
Half of
4,
this
you're
chat
not
is
really
like
a
the only
viable
question that
character
half
kind
of this chat has
mindset.
is like
So
when
much
through
more
it.
easy onboarding for those.
Which will
pinnacle
give you your
bosses now.
first sets of points certainly a lot easier now. That being said, not if you're playing the most broken build of all time, because you're probably nerfed into the ground, let's be real. So with your new build, we'll have to see how that balance goes.
With their new broken build.
Yeah,
that's
well,
right.
sure.
yeah, one of those
New
one of
Spectre
those
builds,
specters.
yeah.
Anyway, the ultimate point being, yeah, you're certainly going to get those initial set of points easier than before. However, yeah, you are right that something isn't quite right there still, and I do need to kind of explore.
We are going to do more with this like later. We've talked about this issue, but we didn't have time to do
No,
anything
fair.
about it in 020 as much. But certainly by the end of early access, I think that system will probably look quite different.
Part of it
we
also,
get
as we talked
team
about
private
before,
use
adding all
anytime
those extra bits of content to the leagues, it'll help give more interest to the trees and more nodes we can add to actually invest into. Because if you think about a breach, there's only so much you can actually modify right now. Right, there's a level of radius, speed, density of monsters, and like sure there's the standard stuff with monsters, but like you can only go so far when you don't have all of that depth of different factions and different bosses and different mini bosses and different, you know, itemizations or additional things with, you know, catalysts and whatnot. Like you are quite limited in how expansive a tree can be, and so it'd be nice to get those things in and also kind of look at the trees at the same time and reevaluate how that works, just so we can have them be more interesting while we're at it.
Right.
But yeah.
And now with the pinnacle bosses, if you're like halfway through a level, you don't need to. Oh, maybe I'll do that when I get the rest of the level now.
Yes, that was a good change. So yeah, as he was saying, the
Where is
as you were
Aina?
saying,
Dude with
you
wisps
no
are
longer
kinda
gain
Aina.
experience or lose experience
Kinda.
anymore from Pinnacle, so you could just feel free to do them anytime. Yeah, I think that's just a
Excellent.
straight up upgrade, and I think that it's not like you were playing Pinnacle bosses for experience.
No.
So yeah, it does the downside is not an issue really. Yeah.
It also is the nice thing of really just keeping, like, if we add more leagues, for example, and we end up with a Domain of Timeless Conflict problem, where it's just like rotations to max level, like ultra
Yes,
ultra
we
quick.
don't want that type of
Like,
content to
at
be the
least
way you
now
level.
we can say like
Yeah.
maps are the way you level, like that is what you're doing. And sure, you might get some sort of unique map rotation here, and maybe not, I don't know, it depends. But hopefully we can avoid that. But either way, like it's just really you're playing in maps to level, and that's what you're doing.
It's
and there's
not,
something
that's not
nice about
itemized
that.
content, right?
At least,
though?
at,
It
least,
doesn't-
at least
Still, the
until we
plan
let it
behind is half that.
Well, sure. I mean, there will be future parallel in-game systems.
Confirmed.
Yeah.
They do not.
I know you want to do something
die.
like Delve.
Yes.
You're a fan. I mean, you made the end game look like Delve, so.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's been a long-term problem, and one we need to properly apply to the other game as well. That the whole like can't do my content because I got a level, and I'm like, even if you're only like 15% in, you're like, oh.
Yeah. It's just not as bad.
Yeah.
It's just not as bad in PoE1 because the leveling is faster.
Yeah, it's
so
true.
it hasn't been on our radar as much.
So speaking of like map progression, there's been some fundamental changes there. You're telling me that now you can no longer drop maps below your current level of map.
It's correct. So yes, you no longer get if you're playing a T5 map, you're only going to get T5 maps, or if there's a boss there, a T6 map. But we've also smoothed the way the whole progression works. So we've actually the map drops are way less random now entirely. When you kill the last rare in a map, that has a it can affect. at T1, that was a 100% chance to drop another map of the same tier. And then as you go up the tiers, you can still sustain that using Waystone chance. So effectively, it's de-randomized that a lot. And then there are several ways that you can get upgrades. So in terms of like going up the tiers. So one of them is that when you kill a boss, that's a guaranteed +1 upgrade. Then of course you can still cube them up, 3 to 1 recipe to go up a level, or you can run it corrupted. And if you're running a corrupted map, then because it drops the same tier, that's like a sort of guaranteed. When I say corrupted, I mean the one that
Varlorb corrupting up
+1. That lets you do the run them the same level as well. So you've kind of got those 3 options, but it's much more intentional now. It's like if you're going up maps, it's like you're deciding, okay, this is a thing I am doing. You don't just kind of have that like it doesn't just happen. So it's kind of supposed to make the jump. Like, if you're just looking to sustain, you can do that, pretty much guaranteed. And unless you're dying more than the number of times you've got portals, which is obviously, the thing now that you can go through portals again, the sustain is going to be a lot easier if you are dying. But then it's like, once you've achieved that, it's like, okay, you effectively can sustain forever. Like, the cases where people just drop off the bottom and have issues should be, like, way less common.
Ultimately, it's way less random, way more deterministic. And, ultimately you can, as long as you are able to do the not die all the time, you will sustain that tier forever,
right?
Assuming you can roll enough that high enough mod count, and there is a boss here, I'm going to go up a tier, and you go for the boss, you kill the boss, you go up a tier,
and if you
and then you sustain that tier forever as long as you can do the difficulty. It's just very clean.
And if you're adding more mods, which you do need to be doing to continue to maintain 100% ability to go up tiers, then, and if you're doing that early, you're getting more maps than what other people are getting, which means you can do the cubing as well. Like, it's just kind of like, it just much more effectively gets the thing where good players can advance at the right speed, normal players don't fall off the bottom of the curve. It kind of solves all of those issues, like without, but also you're not going to have just like hordes of low level waystones that you don't need as well. So like,
and just no, it does. There are still, you can get to the highest tiers relatively quickly. You have to prove you're good enough, your character's good enough, but if you're doing it, you get there, right? It's pretty quick, and you can take it at your own leisure as well, and that's completely fine. So it's not like, oh, we've made it way longer to get to tier 15. Like, none of that is really the case. It's just that before you could luck into getting to tier 15 quickly, with some level of, biasing the luck, of course. Or you could just be like, what the heck, I'm like constantly running out and have a really bad time.
Right.
And so now it's just way, way more like predictable, and honestly, it probably has way more of an impact on the sustain problem, which we didn't really, which we talked about, which is the respawning. I would argue this thing has like way, way, way more impact on map sustain than the respawning does. I mean, obviously, if they're paired, then they relate.
You need both, because
if
because the guaranteed drop comes from the final rare. So if you were just dying, you would never get it. So the respawning is necessary in order to make it so that that's going to happen for players who like, and obviously as it gets more difficult, and you get less portals, you start to get to the point where you're going to run into trouble. But if you're a good player, you should be able to get up into the top and sustain very well.
Yep. You mentioned the idea of map structure.
That's not mine.
By default.
Yes.
Is that something you're still doing, or?
I believe it is. But no, actually, wait. But there wasn't a concern about that, which I wanted to talk to you
That's
about.
not me.
Maybe not.
Yeah, we'll talk about that later, because the concern was raised that I think is valid. So we were going to make it so that maps drop magic and above, but there might be issues. So we'll discuss that later on.
Well,
non-decided.
Undecided. Yeah.
Undecided. Yeah.
You thought it was decided.
Got a week left.
Yeah, we've got a week left. It's fine.
Still figuring. It sounds like much more deterministic progression if you're able to prove the power that you have.
That's the main thing.
It just should be, am I strong enough to do this? Yes, I can do it.
Right.
Not, am I lucky enough to do this, and am I strong enough to do this?
Great.
One of those axes, get out of here.
Love it. So we've got rogue exiles populating the maps now. How common are these guys, especially with unique, since you get their unique guaranteed? I love that.
It's 1 in 8%, 1 in 12.5 to start with, but of course Atlas tree be Atlas tree. So you can speak into that. And
is there like a map modifier for that or something to guarantee it? Or
there are. I think in this case, this one is the exception, whereas that you can get normally guaranteed of the other things. We wanted the exiles to be one that you can't just guarantee all the time.
They don't always have uniques. But when they do, they're using them. The AI is very cool, like how it works.
I mean, they can have 0, 1, 2. I mean, there's nothing stopping them from having uniques in every slot.
What?
But like, it is.
The chance of that would be.
It is
incredibly low.
absurdly rare.
I assume it's
yeah.
just roll per slot, basically, right?
Yeah, it is
It's roll per slot.
yeah.
So
Yeah.
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 But
So
you
we're talking
might have a
like
line of just
fraction
like,
of a fraction of a
Yeah,
percent
yeah,
for like
exactly.
all of them, but
Yeah.
still like 5 or something like that. Yeah.
it can happen.
But they have quite a lot, like, because they're a player, the assumption is that their other gear is also relatively good, so they do generally drop more biased towards dropping higher tier rares and stuff like that.
Yeah,
so.
they're doing that like full set of items because
Yep,
you've killed
yep,
a player.
yep.
Cool, I like that. I always love that little thing.
Mhm.
And I feel like it's even more important here in PoE2, so
Right.
that's awesome. But just some of those
Yeah.
will be unique, maybe.
We wanted them to be less common than the other content, but like way more exhilarating when you find them.
Yeah.
But of course, again, you can speak into them at the cost of other things. That's your choice.
Cool.
Mhm.
Is there going to be some sort of like warning that they're coming, or are you going to know they're in the map ahead of time, or are you just going to get ambushed by these guys? Leaf something from off
You
screen?
won't know they're in the map ahead of time, much like anything random you run into.
But they talk though, and they'll say something before they.
They monologue before they murder you.
They do,
Don't know if I'd go to quite the level of
Again,
monologue.
when I said
but
some
sure.
when I said some insult you, I'm not joking. Like some do literally insult you, and I believe one of the monks is a pacifist, and he's like, I don't want to do this. Don't force my hand. He'll do it anyway. But,
I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm just. You're just like running away.
Yeah,
He's like,
exactly.
don't make me
Don't
do
force my
this."
hand. Yeah, exactly.
well, look, you can just run away. You know. I really like the here's an occasional spike in difficulty, and again, it's important that they are relatively rare for that reason as well. But I do want it to be when you find one, you are very excited to kill it, and of course, even though they portal out, you still have your number of portals you have. So unless you're running like a full 6 modded Waystone, just get back in there and he's gone, but or whatever, you've lost your uniques or non-uniques, whatever they had, but either way, just move on, you know.
I mean, you guys were somewhat forgiving with this. You didn't make it so that they take your items.
Yes, that would have been good.
That's an event. At some
Don't
point,
give me that
guys.
idea.
That's maybe a 1 week event or something in the future.
That'd be
And it's
pretty
like,
easy to do.
just take one of your items. And then you got a nemesis system where you can find them and try and get it back in the future.
You need the tame rogue exile gem.
I don't tames the rogue.
You
Exactly.
run up and you can quickly be like, take $1 million gold.
Just give me a little snack. Like, yeah, you want to follow me?
I mean, to be fair, that would be a fun system.
It actually would. That's actually not a bad
Running
idea.
up and just being like, hey, I'm here, give me 100,000
Oh.
gold and I'll be your ally. Is kind of,
I know you've
Come
tinkered with the idea of a hireling system at points in the
well, we
past, so now you've got your mercenary hireling system, right? Rogue Exiles. You recruit the one with good uniques.
We'll see. We'll see.
Going down a little bit of
Thank
rabbit
you
hole.
for
yeah.
following.
So we did have some league mechanics come over from Path of Exile 1 to Path of Exile 2. You're going to be looking to port more over. Are you going to be doing some unique ones that we haven't seen before?
I mean, we're definitely going to be doing but I mean, I think that like sort of the hope in the long term is that each, like, you know, as we kind of get, you know, past the end of early access and as we're sort of, you know, just going out, that each time we do something, we're both adding a completely new league mechanic, but also potentially bring something back as well, kind of like as another additional kind of like, here's another fun thing. So that's probably sort of what I imagine will happen. But
Okay,
it
I
kind of
think
really
we
is
did
case
it.
by case. Like some things we don't want to bring back, some things we do, you know, like, and my opinion can change on a dime as well. Like if someone suggests like a new way to interpret something, then I might be like, oh, you know, actually, that is great. So, you know, honestly, people assume that
You are still getting the drops, guys. You can still stay in the channel. You will be getting the drops. But I want to do something, okay? I want to do something. I want to do a sum up of all the news that we did. All the news that dropped today. Like I wanna like film a little video. It will be a vertical video. That's why like you can write some shit in chat if you want. You can stay in the channel, it's totally fine. You're still getting the drops. Look, you're still getting the drops, I promise you. Have a drop already. Here we go. Going to do a dancing video? Yeah, but Perfect Exile 2-1. Fucking fuck! We have a music here! Hi, I am Anna. Big Perfect Exile 2 reveal stream just dropped. The update 0.2 update just dropped, and a lot of news incoming. We're getting new Ascendancy, guys. We're getting new class, the Huntress. It's super sexy. It looks absolutely amazing. Look at the gameplay. You will fall in love, and you will definitely play it. Ascendancies we're getting for Warrior, for the Witch, and for the Mercenary. Also, look not bad, which is getting Leech, and yeah, looks not bad. But Huntress is the highlight. It's amazing. We don't get the Druid apparently will come later, and we didn't get the acts. I know that a lot of people wanted it, but the acts also apparently new acts will be coming later. Also, boys and girls, we are getting new skill gems. We're getting new support gems. I don't like it again. Also, boys and girls, we're getting new skills, new skill gems. We're getting new support gems. Look sexy, look spicy. We're also getting, this is unbelievable. I don't believe that it's actually happening because I was always saying that it will not happen in Path of Exile. But apparently, we're getting the mount. And the mount, it will be a skill that you can equip on your character. You don't have to, but you can equip it as a skill on your character. And you can ride a bird. That's awesome. Epic. We're getting the mount, guys. Also, we will be fighting the new Wisp mechanic starting from 4th of April. The patch is dropping 4th of April. So you will be following the Wisp, and this Wisp will lead you to the rare monster. You will be killing it, and you will be getting the new socketable item from those monsters, from those rare monsters. And you can encounter them in the maps. You can encounter those Wisps during the campaign. We got the maps updates. We got a bunch of end game updates, guys. We're gonna be encountering also the new map types, and the highlight here is there gonna be 10 boss waves map. Yeah, you are fighting first one boss, then you are summoning 9 more. It's amazing. It's like epic. That's actually super exciting. Also, we will be encountering rogue exiles on the maps. There are going to be 12 types of those rogue exiles, and they're super nasty. They will be also wearing like uniques, and they will be really messing with you. But if you will be able to defeat those rogue exiles, you will be getting those uniques that those rogue exiles are wearing and destroying you. Thanks so much for following. There will be new unique maps. There will be new unique tablets, how you can modify your maps, how you can modify your towers also. Towers are getting big updates, big changes as well. Also, what was changed? The essences were changed. You will be getting now corrupted essences. It also seems quite fun. You will be able to encounter new unique strong boxes. They also got a massive overhaul, and you will be getting new sexy things out of those strong boxes fights. One of my personal favorites, the intro to the end game was changed, and so now when you will be after the campaign, you will be entering the end game, you will be given like a small quest that Riani will give you that you need to complete to better understand the work of the maps and how they are, what you need specifically to do. There will be corrupted maps, and it's all now seems to be more understandable, especially for the new player. Amazing change. Thank you for following. The ultimate favorite change, Guys, we're getting multiple deaths on the maps, but not just on any maps, on the lower level maps. So up to tier 6 map, you can die multiple times. For softcore players, for the new players, for the new players. Anna is here. This is amazing. This is godly. Thank you so much. It's amazing. And sweet touch, all the pinnacle content. Now you are not losing XP on death in the pinnacle content, but you're also not getting extra XP from doing it. So it's a pure challenge of your power. Amazing. Like a bunch of changes for crafting were introduced. One of the biggest things is that we will be getting recombination system. So you are taking how it's gonna work. You are taking 2 items with a super OP stats on them, and you can recombine them into one item and pray to all the gods that this new item will have the best stats out of the 2 that you combined. And also, the runes are getting an update. You will be now we will be able to get multiple tiers of runes and equip runes with multiple with different tiers. Amazing, guys. Tell me in the comments, what do you think about this update? A lot of things are coming. Guys, tell me in the comments, what do you think about this patch, about this update, and see you soon on the 4th of April in the... How it's called? Wilds of the Hunt? Hunt of the Wilds? You're killing me. Not even on their website. Down of the Hunt. Guys, tell me in the comments below, what do you think about the new update? Guys, tell me in the comments below, what do you think about this new update? And see you soon on the 4th of April in the Down of the Hunt League. Whoa. Are we good? Yep, they're doing the economy. They're doing the full reset, but you don't have to kind of participate in this full reset. Okay, gonna try to post it everywhere, guys. Thank you so much, boys and girls. We're gonna disappear slowly but surely. Still not on my other bills. Me too. Me too. How are your drops? Guys, we'll see each other tomorrow. Normal stream tomorrow. I think we're kind of gonna rewatch the important part. We're gonna rewatch it and once again, like a little bit better understand the mechanics, what exactly they were, how exactly this is gonna look. But it looks OP. It looks like really cool. For me, it's 10/10. It's like past my bedtime. Grandma Anna should already like really sleep. So I'm disappearing. Amazing, amazing evening for you, boys and girls, you know. Or day or night. Will try to get myself tomorrow that I'm made of things, guys. the tomato things will try to get myself tomorrow. I don't know. I don't know specifically the time when they will be arriving, but I will be checking. Plus, I think I need to already pick up something. But yeah. Jumping into the raid, sexy schmexy people. Have fun, boys and girls. Have fun.